Reagan versus the Sandinistas. The Undeclared War on Nicaragua. Edited by Thomas W. Walker. Lest history once again be written by the rich and powerful at the expense of the poor. Contents. List of tables and figures. Preface. 1. Introduction. Part 1. The Assault on Nicaragua. 2. The Covert War. 3. Military encirclement. 4. Economic aggression as an instrument of low-intensity warfare. 5. The manipulation of indigenous struggles. 6. The manipulation of the religion issue. 7. Electronic penetration. 8. The diplomatic front. Part 2. The home front. 9. Selling the policy. 10. The U.S. media, covering Nicaragua. 11. The Contras and Congress. 12. The harassment of Nicaraguanists and fellow travelers. Part 3. Impact and implications. 13. The social impact in Nicaragua. 14. The issues of international law, morality, and prudence. 15. U.S. polity and society, the lessons of Nicaragua. Acronyms. Preface. In mid-1986, both branches of the U.S. Congress voted approval of $100 million worth of overt, mainly military, aid to the counter-revolutionary forces fighting to overthrow the government of Nicaragua. The money itself was not important. Since November 1981, when the Reagan administration first decided to create a surrogate army to harass the Sandinistas, it had been quite successful in channeling hundreds of millions of dollars to the freedom fighters, as Reagan would come to call them. Some of this money had been initially allocated by the U.S. Congress to help interdict an alleged flow of arms from Nicaragua to the Salvadoran rebels. Some may have come through unmonitored CIA slush funds. Other assistance appears to have been laundered through Israel and pro-U.S. military establishments in the region. Large quantities of U.S. military supplies were simply left behind to be picked up by the Contras following each of a series of joint U.S. Honduran military maneuvers close to the Nicaraguan border. Finally, a very successful private Contra fundraising campaign had been organized under the close supervision of an office in the White House. What was important about the $100 million, if not the money itself, was the fact that passage of that appropriation gave formal bipartisan approval to Ronald Reagan's long-standing crusade to overthrow the Sandinistas. It was essentially a declaration of war. From this point onward, a long, bloody conflict with unspeakably tragic consequences for both the United States and Central America seemed very likely. For those of us who had studied the Sandinista revolution from within, the possibility that Nicaragua could be subdued without tremendous bloodletting was essentially zero. Yet congressional approval was sure to give legitimacy and virtually irreversible momentum to the anti-Sandinista program already in advanced stages of implementation by the CIA, the Pentagon, the Department of State, and others. Though the situation in Nicaragua would not be identical to that in Vietnam, history rarely repeats itself exactly. It seemed destined to rank as one of the great human tragedies of the second half of the 20th century. If not yet fully guaranteed, this scenario had loomed as a clear probability from early in the Reagan presidency. Even then, it appeared extremely unlikely that Washington would agree to a negotiated peace, though that option was always tantalizingly present. Therefore, against this backdrop, in mid-1985 I began mulling over ways of systematically documenting and disclosing what had already become the most massive effort short of direct intervention by U.S. troops ever mounted by the United States to overthrow the government of another country. The urgency of the matter and the need to research simultaneously a bewilderingly wide range of topics led finally to a decision to organize a group effort. Accordingly, within the next few months I designed a chapter outline, enlisted authors, most of them researchers already at work on their topics, and signed a contract with the publisher. By late that fall the book was underway. This volume, the manuscripts for which were completed in mid-1986, is the product of that team effort. This book is designed to examine systematically the undeclared war on the Nicaraguan Revolution. Part 1 examines the direct assault on Nicaragua, the covert war, military encirclement, economic strangulation, electronic penetration, the manipulation of religious and ethnic tension, and the diplomatic assault. Part 2 looks at the waging of the war in the United States, the use of deceptive analysis, the management of the U.S. media and Congress, and the harassment of Nicaraguanist scholars and fellow travelers. Part 3 focuses on impact and implications for Nicaragua, international law, U.S. foreign policy, and the U.S. polity and society. Thomas W. Walker. 1. Introduction. Thomas W. Walker. Background. Located at the geographic center of Central America, Nicaragua is the largest country in the region. Even so, its 91,943 square kilometers of surface make it only slightly larger than the state of Iowa. And its population of a little over 3 million is also only slightly greater than Iowa's 2.8 million. Given Nicaragua's low population density, abundant natural resources, access to 2 oceans, and long recognized potential as a site for a transoceanic waterway, one would expect Nicaraguans in general to be prosperous. In fact, however, when the Sandinistas overthrew Anastasio Somoza Debayle in 1979, the social conditions of the majority of Nicaraguans ranked that country with the 2 or 3 most backward of Latin America. The explanation for this apparent paradox lies in Nicaraguan history, one of the most unfortunate of the hemisphere. 1. 2 major factors had combined to produce this situation: elite irresponsibility flowing out of a highly unequal social system and endemic foreign intervention or manipulation. The inegalitarian nature of Nicaraguan society had its roots in the Spanish conquest in the early 16th century. In contrast to neighboring Costa Rica, where the Spaniards either killed or expelled the Indians, the conquerors of Nicaragua drastically decimated, but did not completely destroy, the native population. As a result, in Nicaragua there was an underclass of non-whites who could be used as virtual slaves in the income-concentrating economic activities of the European minorities. In Costa Rica, the Europeans had no ethnically distinct underclass to exploit. Thus, over the centuries, Costa Rica developed the relatively more egalitarian society that gave birth in the 20th century to liberal democracy, whereas Nicaragua and the other Central American countries to the north with which it shared socio-historical characteristics produced an endless chain of elite-run dictatorships. Although the natural resources of the country were exploited by the elite to produce export products to generate wealth for its members, the human condition of the bulk of the population actually declined as the country's rulers used law and brute military force to promote their already lopsided class advantage. In Nicaragua, the last of these income-concentrating regimes were those of the Somoza dynasty: Anastasio Somoza Garcia, Luis Somoza Debayle and puppets, and Anastasio Somoza Debayle. By the time Anastasio Somoza Debayle was finally overthrown, the poorer 50% of his country's people were struggling to make do on a per capita income of around $250 per year. Parallel to, and often intimately connected with, this history of elite exploitation was a long experience of foreign intervention and meddling. During the colonial period, the Spaniards on the Pacific coast and later the British in the Atlantic region exercised control over what is now Nicaragua. Although Spanish rule in the West came to an end in 1822, the British were only finally expelled from the East in the 1890s. Decades before, the Americans had also begun meddling in Nicaraguan affairs. 2. In the 1850s, a U.S. filibuster, William Walker, briefly imposed himself as president of Nicaragua and actually won diplomatic recognition from Washington. Later, in 1909, the United States encouraged and assisted the minority Conservative Party in overthrowing liberal nationalist President José Santos Zelaya. Subsequently, to keep elite pro-American governments in power, U.S. troops occupied Nicaragua from 1912 to 1925 and from 1926 to 1933. In return, these client regimes signed treaties giving away Nicaragua's right to have its own transoceanic waterway and relinquishing its claims to San Andrés and other offshore islands. During the Second Occupation, the United States created the Nicaraguan National Guard to preserve pro-American stability. After the U.S. troops departed, the National Guard's first Nicaraguan commander, Anastasio Somoza Garcia, wasted little time in creating a pro-American dictatorship, which with abundant U.S. assistance was to last until 1979. By the time the dynasty was finally overthrown, its National Guard, one of the most corrupt and exploitative military establishments in the hemisphere, was also the most heavily U.S. trained in all of Latin America. 3. Not surprisingly, the centuries-old themes of elite exploitation and foreign meddling produced numerous incidents of grassroots or nationalist resistance. Several heroic Indian leaders resisted the Spanish conquistadores. Centuries later, in 1881, thousands of Indians lost their lives in the War of the Comuneros in futile resistance to the seizure of their ancestral lands by Nicaraguan coffee planters. In 1912, liberal nationalist Benjamin Zaletin lost his life after leading an unsuccessful revolt against the U.S. imposed conservative regime. From 1927 to 1932, Augusto Cesar Sandino led a long guerrilla campaign to liberate his country from both the U.S. occupiers and the client regime they had imposed. Though his effort was partially successful in that it forced the United States to withdraw its troops, Sandino, who had signed a peace agreement with titular President Juan B. Sacasa, was subsequently murdered by Anastasio Somoza's National Guard. The final, this time successful, resistance began in 1961. That year, frustrated with the lack of nationalism of the Nicaraguan Socialist Party, the local pro-Soviet communists, several young Marxists split from the PSN to form the Sandinist Front for National Liberation. Relatively unsuccessful in their initial guerrilla activities of the 1960s, the Sandinistas gained popularity and strength in the 1970s as Somoza rule became harsher, and even Catholic clergy, following the suggestion of the Latin American bishops at their Second International Conference at Medellin, Colombia, in 1968, began organizing and raising the social and political awareness of the masses. Finally, after an unprecedented 18-month war of liberation in 1978 and 1979, Somoza's army was defeated and the Nicaraguan Revolution came to power. The War of Liberation had cost Nicaragua around 50,000 lives, or approximately 2% of its people. In the United States, that would be the equivalent of a loss of around 4.5 million people, or over 75 times the U.S. death toll in the entire Vietnam conflict. But as Nicaraguans reminded me on my trip there a few days later, freedom, justice, and national dignity are sometimes worth such a price. The first 7 years of the revolution. The new system was inevitably controversial both at home and abroad. Though ardently nationalist and in many cases deeply religious, most Sandinistas were also openly Marxist or Marxist-Leninist in that they found the writings of Marx and Lenin useful in understanding the history of Latin America. Consequently, they were automatically viewed with suspicion both by Nicaragua's middle and upper-class minority, who feared the immediate imposition of a Soviet-style state and economy, and by foreign policy makers in Washington who were worried about the specter of a second Cuba. Internally, these fears led to a rapid class polarization, rumor-mongering, and a notable lack of cooperation in the reconstruction effort on the part of the private sector. Internationally, especially after the election of Ronald Reagan in the United States, these perceptions produced a multifaceted program to destroy the Sandinista revolution, including a campaign of propaganda and disinformation for depicting the government of Nicaragua as a grim, totalitarian communist regime and an instrument of Soviet expansionism in the Americas. Although most of these allegations were either completely groundless or very nearly so, the U.S. mass media and opposition politicians rarely challenged the carefully cultivated conventional wisdom. Reagan's tactics for dealing with the Sandinistas could be criticized, but not the administration's picture of the Nicaraguan regime itself. For U.S. scholars who did research in Nicaragua during this period, the discrepancy between what was heard in the United States and what was seen in Nicaragua proved stark and frustrating. Far from being a coterie of wild-eyed ideologues, the Sandinistas behaved in a pragmatic and indeed moderate fashion throughout the first 7 years. Although they were forced increasingly to rely on the socialist bloc for trade and aid, they did not impose a Soviet-style state or a communist, or even socialist, economic system. They succeeded in carrying out innovative and highly successful social programs without inordinately straining the national budget. And contrary to the conventional wisdom, their performance in the area of human rights, though not flawless, would probably rank Nicaragua at least in the top third of Latin America states. 5. The Sandinistas enjoyed a number of political assets at the time of their victory, but their power was not limitless. Their greatest asset was the fact that their victory had been unconditional. The old National Guard had been defeated and disbanded. The new armed forces were explicitly Sandinist, that is, revolutionary and popularly oriented. Moreover, the mass organizations created in the struggle to overthrow the dictator gave the Sandinist Front of National Liberation a grassroots base that dwarfed the organized support of all potential rivals. Finally, the new government enjoyed broad international support. Nevertheless, the country's new leaders were well aware that their revolutionary administration faced certain geopolitical and economic constraints. The Soviet Union had made it clear that it was not willing to underwrite a second Cuba. Hard currency would not be forthcoming from that source, nor would military support in the event of a U.S. invasion. Furthermore, unlike Cuba, Nicaragua was not an island. Its long borders were highly vulnerable to paramilitary penetration, and any attempt to impose a dogmatic Marxist-Leninist system would certainly have generated a mass exodus of people. Finally, the Catholic Church in Nicaragua was so important and Catholics had played such a crucial role in the War of Liberation that the Sandinistas were neither inclined nor well situated to attack the Catholic traditions of their country. For these reasons, it is not surprising that for the next 7 years the Sandinistas, in fact, attempted to govern in a pragmatic, non-ideological fashion. Sandinista rule was marked by a high degree of consistency and continuity, owing at least in part to the fact that the overall political trajectory of the revolution was set during these years by the same 9-person Sandinista directorate. Decisions made by the DN were based on consensus or near consensus. Reportedly, important decisions were never made on a 5-4 vote. This inherently conservative style of revolutionary stewardship meant that domestic and international policy, though adaptive in detail, remained consistent in overall characteristics and goals. During the entire 7 years, the Sandinistas promoted a mixed economy with heavy participation by the private sector, political pluralism featuring interclass dialogue and efforts to institutionalize input and feedback from all sectors, ambitious social programs, based in large part on grassroots voluntarism, and the maintenance of diplomatic and economic relations with as many nations as possible regardless of ideology. However, in spite of such overarching continuity, it is possible to divide this period into 3 sub-periods that were clearly conditioned by the country's international environment. The first, which lasted until the election of Ronald Reagan in November 1980, was a time of euphoria and optimism. The second, spanning the nearly 2 years from that election to spring 1982, was a period of growing awareness of, and concern with, the hostile intentions of the new administration in Washington. In the third, during the little over 4 years that had elapsed from spring 1982 through summer 1986, Nicaragua would meet the full brunt of an unprecedentedly massive surrogate invasion, direct Central Intelligence Agency sabotage, and economic strangulation. The quiet before the storm. The first year was the quiet before the storm. Jimmy Carter was still President of the United States. Though not pleased with the Sandinista victory, his administration had decided to make the best of it, offering economic aid with strings attached in the hopes of manipulating the Sandinistas in a direction acceptable to Washington. During this period, the FSLN consolidated the revolution politically by promoting the growth of grassroots organizations, reorganizing the Sandinista armed forces, and re-equipping them with standardized military materiel. Much of the latter was obtained from the Socialist Bloc. The United States had earlier refused an arms purchase request by the Sandinistas. Nevertheless, the Sandinista army was quite small and the civilian militia little more than an association of patriotic marching units hardly constituted a credible addition to the country's defensive force. In economic affairs, the Sandinistas decided to honor Somoza's foreign debt in order to maintain Nicaraguan creditworthiness in Western financial circles. Lengthy negotiations with the international banking community led to concessionary terms for repayment. public loans and aid poured in from a wide variety of countries. And, although the government immediately confiscated properties owned by the Somozas and their accomplices, it respected the rest of the private sector and even offered it substantial financial assistance. In line with the decision to preserve a large private sector, the revolutionaries created an interim government in which all groups and classes in society, including the privileged minority, could have a voice. The plural executive, created shortly before the victory, included wealthy conservatives as well as Sandinistas. The interim legislative body gave corporate representation to most parties and organizations of significance in Nicaraguan society. This was also a time of ambitious social programs, most notably the 1980 Literacy Crusade, which was carried out at relatively low cost to the government owing to its ability to mobilize massive voluntary participation. The period was not without tension, however. Class polarization had set in almost immediately. Many in the minority privileged classes were certain that totalitarian communism was just around the corner. Accordingly, some fled immediately to Miami, whereas others first illegally decapitalized their industries, transferred money abroad, and then fled. Moreover, a crisis of sorts occurred early in 1980, when conservatives on the junta resigned in a pique over the fact that the organizations representing their class had been given representation on the new Council of State that was only slightly larger than the equivalent of the minority percentage that they represented in the population as a whole. At the same time, the independent daily La Prensa was taken over by a conservative wing of the Chamorro family and from then on took a critical position, playing on the fears of the privileged classes. On balance, however, these were not bad times. Other conservatives were found to replace those who had resigned from the junta. Human rights in general were respected. And La Prensa was allowed to make scurrilous and frequently false attacks on the system with virtual impunity. Former Somoza military personnel and accomplices were subjected to legal investigation and trial rather than execution. Indeed, the death penalty itself was immediately abolished. The gathering storm. The second period, one of growing concern and apprehension, began in fall 1980 with the election of Ronald Reagan. That summer the Republican Party platform had deplored the Marxist Sandinista takeover of Nicaragua and had promised to end all aid to that country. Campaign aides to Reagan had advised using on Nicaragua the full gamut of techniques employed by the United States in the past to destroy Latin American regimes of which Washington did not approve. In fact, the new administration wasted little time in implementing these suggestions. Early in 1981, U.S. economic assistance to Nicaragua was terminated and the administration began to allow anti-Sandinista paramilitary training camps to operate openly in Florida, California, and the Southwest. 6 That December, President Reagan signed a directive authorizing the CIA to spend $19.8 million to create an exile paramilitary force in Honduras to harass Nicaragua. 7 Although some counter-revolutionary attacks occurred as early as 1981, such activity increased markedly in 1982, as bridges, oil refining facilities, and other crucial infrastructure, in addition to civilian and military personnel, were targeted. That same year, the United States used its central position in the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank to cut off the flow of badly needed multilateral loans to Nicaragua. This growing external threat was clearly reflected in Nicaragua in increased class polarization, greater emphasis on austerity and defense, and some albeit still relatively mild government infringements on human rights. The acceleration of class polarization began almost immediately after the Reagan victory. Many in the privileged classes then apparently saw even less need than before to accommodate themselves to the new revolutionary system. Within days of Reagan's victory, representatives of the Superior Council of Private Enterprise walked out of the Council of State. On November 17, Jorge Salazar, vice president of COSEP and head of the Union of Nicaraguan Farmers, was killed in a shootout with state security forces while allegedly meeting with gun runners in preparation for armed counter-revolutionary activities. Even though the government televised highly damaging evidence against him, Salazar immediately became a martyr for the privileged classes. From then on, tension mounted steadily as the conservative church hierarchy, the opposition micro-parties, COSEP, and La Prensa, all working in obvious coordination with the U.S. Embassy, showed less and less inclination to engage in constructive dialogue and an ever greater tendency to obstruct and confront. This behavior, in turn, generated resentment in the masses. In March 1981, for instance, Sandinista defense committees in effect challenged the authority of the Ministry of the Interior by blocking plans by the opposition MDN to hold a political rally that had been presented by the government as proof that pluralism was still viable in Nicaragua. In addition, an increased emphasis was placed on military preparedness. The Sandinista army was almost immediately expanded to around 24,000 persons, the level at which it would stay until 1983. Recruitment and training for members of the militia were stepped up markedly, and obsolete Czech BZ-52 10-shot rifles were imported to arm them. Socialist block tanks, anti-aircraft equipment, helicopters, and troop transport vehicles were also imported. Moreover, there was talk of obtaining Soviet MiG fighter jets. This buildup, however, was clearly defensive, as noted in a staff report of the House Committee on Intelligence, when, in September 1982, it chastised the U.S. intelligence community for making dramatic public statements about Nicaragua's offensive intentions and capabilities while at the same time secretly briefing high-level administration officials to the contrary. 9 Meanwhile, there was a general belt-tightening as the importation of non-essential goods was restricted and salaries were held down. All government social programs were continued. Indeed, in 1981 over 70,000 young people participated in a voluntary primary health crusade. But, overall, the people of Nicaragua were beginning to feel the negative effects of the Reagan assault on their country. As is true in all states in time of war or threat of war, certain human rights were gradually infringed upon in the name of national security. Late in 1981, in response to Contra activity in the region, the government ordered the involuntary evacuation of some 8,500 to 10,000 Mosquito Indians from isolated communities along the Rio Coco. Although careful investigations into this matter indicate that the evacuation itself was carried out in a humane fashion, in isolated incidents during subsequent security activities on the Mosquito Coast, individual commanders or soldiers disobeyed orders to respect the lives of prisoners and were apparently responsible for the execution or permanent disappearance of as many as 150 individuals. 10 Also apparent was a deterioration in the right to due process for political prisoners in general, and on the Mosquito Coast in particular. Finally, on a half-dozen occasions, La Prensa was closed for 2-day periods. This action was taken under the terms of a press law decreed by the original junta, a law calling for such action in the event that an organ of the media was found to have disseminated material that was not only false but also destabilizing. However, even with these shutdowns, La Prensa continued to operate freely and in bitter opposition to the government more than 95% of the time. Moreover, at no point during this period did human rights infringements in Nicaragua even remotely approach the wholesale abuses prevalent in a number of other Latin American countries. In fact, late in 1982, the U.S. ambassador to Nicaragua, Anthony Quainton, admitted candidly to a group of which I was a part that the human rights situation there was better than that in El Salvador or Guatemala, ironically 2 countries that Washington was then trying to portray as having made great strides in this respect. Weathering the storm. The third period, from early 1982 through mid-1986, might aptly be labeled weathering the storm. The storm, in this case, was the Reagan administration's massive and multifaceted campaign to destabilize and overthrow the Sandinista government, which, by the onset of this period, was covered in name only. The CIA coordinated recruitment, training, arming, and disgorging of Contras into Nicaragua had escalated rapidly from the force of 500 originally envisioned in the CIA finding of late 1981 to over 15,000 by 1984. Direct involvement by CIA personnel was also evident in the destruction of Nicaraguan oil storage facilities late in 1983 and the mining of Nicaraguan harbors early in 1984. Furthermore, an ever larger number of U.S. military personnel participated in nearly continuous, highly menacing joint military maneuvers in Honduras and in naval exercises off both Nicaraguan coasts. Accompanying these military and paramilitary efforts was an escalating program of economic strangulation. Washington continued to block approval of Nicaraguan loan requests before the World Bank and the IDB. U.S. trade was at first drastically curtailed and then, in May 1985, embargoed completely. Washington also made an effort, though only partially successful, to pressure its allies to follow suit. These activities had a clear impact on Nicaragua, though not always one that U.S. policymakers would have desired. In economic matters the country was hurt but by no means brought to its knees. Although the economy grew steadily during the first 4 years of Sandinista rule, problems inherited from Somoza, combined with a sharp decline in the world prices of Nicaragua's export commodities and the enormous direct and indirect cost of the Contra War, meant that by this third period Nicaragua was having increasing problems in servicing its debt. Accordingly, Venezuela ceased and Mexico drastically curtailed supplies of oil to the country. As a result, by 1984 and 1985 the Sandinistas were forced to turn to the USSR for most of their petroleum needs. The scarcity of foreign exchange also meant severe shortages of imported goods or of products manufactured in Nicaragua from imported materials or with imported machinery. Of course, such shortages also triggered rampant inflation and spiraling wage demands, which could not be satisfied given the tremendous diversion of government revenues into defense. Social services were also negatively affected. As increased emphasis was placed on defense, government spending on health, education, housing, food subsidies, and so on had to be cut back. Further, the Contras were deliberately targeting the social service infrastructure. Many government employees in health, education, and cooperatives were kidnapped, tortured and killed. Schools, clinics, daycare centers, and grain storage facilities were destroyed. However, if all of this activity was designed to so damage the living standards of most Nicaraguans that they would become angry with their government and ultimately overturn it, someone had badly miscalculated. Although the human condition did decline during this later period, support for the government actually appears to have grown as measured by levels of membership in pro-Sandinista grassroots organizations. 11 In the aftermath of the triumph, such membership reached a peak of about 250,000 to 300,000 persons. Thereafter, it declined for a few years as a result, perhaps, of apathy or a sense of lack of fulfillment of unrealistically high expectations for the revolution. However, by late 1982, grassroots membership had begun to climb again, and by 1984 it had doubled or tripled over the previous high water mark. By then, around half of all Nicaraguans aged 16 or older were in such voluntary support organizations. 12 In my opinion, the intervening variable was the Contra War, the effects of which really began to hit home late in 1982. Simply put, Nicaraguans had come together to support their government in this time of national emergency and foreign threat. During the same period, the military underwent a significant buildup. Nicaragua stepped up its purchase of military hardware such as helicopters, propeller-driven aircraft, artillery, anti-aircraft equipment, troop transports, and light weaponry mainly from the Socialist Bloc. By 1983 or 1984, the Sandinista army, which had held constant at around 24,000 strong since 1981, was increased to over 40,000. In addition, a military draft was instituted. At the same time, the Sandinista militia, a lightly trained body of over 60,000 civilian volunteers who had previously been armed with liberated Somoza-era weaponry and obsolete Czech BZ-52 rifles, was largely re-equipped with Socialist Bloc AK-47 automatic rifles. At first, the political response of the Sandinistas to the external threat was predictably defensive. In spring 1982, following Contra attacks on important Nicaraguan infrastructure and the disclosure in the U.S. media of President Reagan's earlier authorization of funding for CIA-sponsored paramilitary operations against its country, the government declared a state of pre-war emergency under which certain civil and political rights were temporarily suspended. Some measures had actually begun during the previous period, others were new. The implementation of these measures was relatively mild. The short-term preventive detention measure affected only a few hundred persons at any one time. And La Prensa, though now heavily censored, continued to function until June 1986, when it was finally closed in the wake of the House approval of the $100 million. Another new political measure, decreed in July 1982, was the massive decentralization of government. Under it, the country was divided into 6 regions and 3 special zones for all governmental functions. The main purpose of this reform was to avoid the stifling effects of centralized bureaucratic control by creating institutions for local decision-making and public policy implementation. Another important objective was to institute a system of government that could continue functioning even if communications were badly disrupted or if Managua were occupied by enemy troops. Eventually, however, as more and more Nicaraguans rallied around their government, the Sandinistas came to show renewed confidence in the people and to take a more relaxed approach to domestic politics. Late in 1983, the government actually passed out many tens of thousands of automatic weapons to civilians so that they could help defend their families, farms, villages, and neighborhoods. 13 Meanwhile, the government, in consultation with all political parties and groups that chose to enter into dialogue, had been working to create a mechanism to implement the Sandinistas' oft-repeated promise to hold general elections. Eventually, in September 1983, with considerable opposition input, a political parties law was hammered out and enacted. 3 months later, the government announced that the elections would be held in 1984. Early in 1984, November 4 of that year was set as the election date, and in March an electoral law modeled after key components of the French, Italian, Austrian, and Swedish electoral systems 14 was enacted. The Reagan administration denounced the Nicaraguan election in advance as a Soviet-style farce, hyped businessman Arturo Cruz as the only viable opposition candidate, and reportedly pressured certain other candidates to withdraw from the contest at the last moment. 15 Nevertheless, the election was held as scheduled, and, though either ignored or panned by the U.S. media, it was certified as being a meaningful, clean, and relatively competitive election by a number of observer delegations. Representing Western European parliaments and governments, the U.S.-based Latin American Studies Association, and so on. 16 Although voting was not obligatory, 75% of those registered cast ballots. Although 6 opposition parties, 3 each to the right and the left of the FSLN, appeared on the ballot, the Sandinistas captured 63% of the vote. That gave the presidency and vice presidency to Daniel Ortega and Sergio Ramirez, and 61 of the 96 seats in the new National Assembly to the FSLN. The National Assembly had a variety of functions, but clearly the most important was that of producing a constitution. U.S. citizens familiar with President Reagan's description of Nicaragua as a totalitarian dungeon might imagine that the FSLN would simply have written a constitution and presented it to the National Assembly to be rubber-stamped. But this did not happen. The people who had designed the electoral law had deliberately selected a Western European system of proportional representation that tended to over-represent minority parties. In addition, they had included a provision whereby all losing presidential candidates would get seats in the National Assembly. The end result was that although the Sandinistas got 61 seats, the 6 opposition parties got a substantial 35. This division meant that the FSLN had just barely the 60% necessary to pass the Constitution. Furthermore, the same practical considerations that had caused the Sandinistas to pursue dialogue, feedback, and pluralism during the government of national reconstruction were very much present as the Constitution was being written. In 1985 and 1986, the National Assembly proceeded with the task of producing a constitution. Subcommittees in which minority opposition parties were deliberately overrepresented were set up to deal with the different subject areas. Heated debate developed on a variety of issues. Finally, early in 1986 a preliminary draft constitution was produced, and a process of national and international consultation began. 78 open meetings organized according to geographical region or interest identification were held throughout Nicaragua to elicit feedback. And, as this process of national consultation was taking place, the draft constitution was submitted to international scrutiny. Large multi-party delegations from the National Assembly went to various countries to seek expert advice on that document. For instance, at a national conference on the Nicaraguan Constitution, hundreds of prominent experts on U.S. constitutional law, human rights, and Nicaraguan affairs, organized into workshops concerned with 11 principal themes, met for 3 days to examine and criticize that document. When all of the data from both the national and international consultations were gathered, the original document underwent extensive rewriting and, in January 1987, a final constitution was formally promulgated. Though it drew heavily on the legal traditions of Western Europe and the United States, the new basic law was also very NICA in that it was very much in tune with the social, cultural, and economic characteristics of Nicaragua. Ironically, though Nicaraguans had ample reason to be proud of both the elections of 1984 and the very open constitution drafting process that followed, very few people in that war-torn country found these years to be a time of joy. The war itself was destabilizing the Nicaraguan economy and inflicting death, destruction, and suffering on the Nicaraguan people. And the Reagan administration pushed for and eventually got congressional approval for a vastly accelerated war. Virtually the entire U.S. media by the mid-1980s had adopted a patriotic Agenda 17 in covering events related to the president's chosen enemy. In the wake of the 1984 election, almost no U.S. media coverage was given to the generally positive reports produced by the various prestigious international election observer teams previously mentioned. Instead, for the next several weeks, the United States was gripped by war hysteria sparked by a series of skillfully timed Reagan administration leaks to the effect that Soviet-built MiGs were en route by sea to communist Nicaragua. 18 Thereafter, since the Reagan portrayal of the Nicaraguan elections as a Soviet-style farce was never seriously contradicted, the constitution drafting process could be ignored or, more ironic still, portrayed as an obstacle to peace. Low-intensity war and historical precedents. U.S. behavior toward Nicaragua in the 1980s was by no means an aberration either from traditional patterns in the U.S. treatment of Latin American countries or from the behavior of great powers in general. It appears to be a sad truism of international relations that hegemonic powers have always displayed the least creativity, sensitivity, and humanity in dealing with signs of change emanating from smaller countries within their spheres of influence. Certainly in 20th century Latin America, the United States, despite high-sounding rhetoric to the contrary, has consistently been an obstacle to change. Fearing the uncertain outcome of autonomous change, Washington has instead advocated guided moderate reformism under the auspices of traditional client elites, which in fact have clung stubbornly to the status quo. The failure of the Alliance for Progress in the 1960s is only one dramatic example of the futility of such reformism. Further, in those few cases where autonomous change began to develop in spite of U.S. policy, Washington has consistently worked to reverse such processes. U.S. troops made incursions into Mexico during the early years of its populist revolution. And, though President Franklin Roosevelt had the good sense to resist the idea, the U.S. Congress actually approved an invasion of that country when the Mexican Bolsheviks had the audacity to nationalize their country's own subsoil resources in 1938. The United States recruited and prepared the surrogate exile invasion forces that helped overthrow the democratically elected, mildly revolutionary government of Guatemala in 1954 and that attempted to reverse the Cuban Revolution in 1961. It trained the local military establishment that gave the coup de grace to the middle-class revolutionary experiment in Bolivia in 1964. It sent U.S. Marines to the Dominican Republic in 1965 to block the return to power of centrist social democratic forces that it mistook for communists. And it used economic destabilization and CIA covert action to prepare the ambient for the military coup that overthrew the democratically elected government of Chilean socialist Salvador Allende in 1973. Because of its actions, the U.S. government bears a heavy burden of responsibility for the negative impact of many of them. Where U.S. efforts were successful in Guatemala, Bolivia, Dominican Republic, and Chile, the defeat of progressive forces was followed by oppressive dictatorship and campaigns of demobilization featuring the murder or disappearance of thousands, sometimes tens of thousands, of civilians at the hands of government security forces, associated death squads, or both. 19 Also, in each of these cases the movement toward greater social justice was immediately and indefinitely halted. Where the United States failed in Mexico and Cuba, Washington's counter-revolutionary behavior contributed to popular resentment against the United States, and in my opinion such behavior in the case of Cuba may have been a significant contributing factor in the restriction of traditional civil liberties in the name of national security. U.S. techniques for the containment and destruction of chosen enemies underwent considerable change in the 20th century. The direct use of U.S. troops, common until the early 1930s, was seldom seen thereafter. In the first 3 decades of this century, Cuba, the Dominican Republic, Haiti, and Nicaragua all suffered U.S. occupation as part of an expanded interpretation of the Monroe Doctrine first popularized by Teddy Roosevelt in his Big Stick policy. However, by the early 1930s, Sandinistas' patriotic resistance in Nicaragua had so delegitimized the idea of direct intervention that President Franklin Roosevelt finally declared a good neighbor policy. Subsequently, with the notable exceptions of the Dominican Republic and Grenada, U.S. combat troops seldom set foot in Latin America. Nevertheless, though it did come to practice relative restraint in the use of U.S. troops, Washington would continue to work in other ways to destroy its perceived enemies in the hemisphere. 20 Some of the many devices it employed were legal and above board, others were not. Usually both types were used in combination. Covert devices usually employed by the CIA included planning assassinations, conducting dirty tricks, inventing and disseminating black propaganda, funding or bribing opposition groups, training and arming of surrogate native rebel forces, and carrying out of selective acts of sabotage, often in the name of those freedom fighters. More overt activities took the form of official warnings or expressions of displeasure, diplomatic maneuvers aimed at isolating the target regime, and a variety of devices designed to cause economic collapse. Often, the particular combination of techniques employed appeared to be chaotic, ad hoc, and poorly thought out. The amateurish and comical surrogate invasion of Guatemala in 1954 succeeded only through bluff and because the regular Guatemalan army was not loyal to the elected president. Having succeeded on that occasion, the United States then mounted the ill-fated surrogate invasion of Cuba in 1961. The latter failed not, as some have argued, because President Kennedy refused to provide sufficient air cover, but rather because a couple of thousand surrogate troops, no matter how well armed or protected, simply cannot overthrow a mass-based revolutionary government. By the mid-1980s, however, indirect strategies for the destruction of enemy regimes had undergone considerable refinement. Indeed, a whole school of thought concerned with low-intensity warfare had come into being and was very much in vogue among the ultra-conservative policy planners and advisors of the Reagan administration. 21 Advocates of low-intensity warfare argued that the war in Vietnam had been lost not because the United States failed to send sufficient human resources and materials, but rather because it chose to fight a conventional war in a situation calling for low-intensity techniques. The heavy use of U.S. troops and equipment not only alienated the Vietnamese people but, equally important, exhausted the patience of the U.S. electorate. The employment of low-intensity techniques using native troops and a careful program of covert and overt activities aimed at building grassroots support and discrediting the enemy could, they argued, have been sustained indefinitely at relatively low cost and would ultimately have led to victory. When the Reagan administration came to office in 1981, there was a clear Cold War consensus that communist incursions into the Third World, especially into our backyard, should be rigorously combated. However, there was no immediate agreement on techniques. Secretary of State Alexander Haig seemed to advocate a crudely conventional military approach. Advising the president that Central America was one win, 22 Haig talked of golfing to the source, 23 and in El Salvador, U.S. trained and advised security forces used brutal search and destroy techniques, thus greatly alienating the rural population. By 1983, however, Haig and many other early Reagan administration advisors were out, and advocates of a more subtle low-intensity approach were in. In El Salvador, security forces were being trained in civic action. The CIA was reportedly disseminating disinformation about the insurgents 24 and a patina of democracy was being applied to a system that, in fact, remained extremely repressive and non-democratic. 25 In Nicaragua, 2. The dream of a quick military victory possibly directly using U.S. troops was apparently abandoned by the mid-1980s. In its place was a strategy of prolonged low-intensity conflict involving propaganda and disinformation, surrogate insurgency, economic strangulation, and so forth. Since the human and material expense to the United States and, therefore, the political costs were expected to remain low, it was felt that a war of this sort could be carried out indefinitely. Part 1. The Assault on Nicaragua. Introduction. The Reagan administration's attack on Nicaragua was thorough and multifaceted. First and most obvious was the paramilitary war. In Chapter 2, Peter Kornbluh describes the history of the U.S.-sponsored Contra War as well as the various sabotage actions carried out directly by the CIA, often in the name of the Contras. Eva Gold in Chapter 3 details the military encirclement of Nicaragua, the tremendous U.S.-sponsored armed buildup in Costa Rica and particularly in Honduras from 1981 onward, a buildup that, though obviously designed in part to alarm the Nicaraguans and make them act paranoid, could not be completely discounted as a possible prelude to direct U.S. invasion. Michael Conroy turns in Chapter 4 to the economic war, demonstrating how the destruction and dislocation caused by the Contra War were used to intensify the negative effects of other more traditional forms of economic aggression, including the severance of U.S. trade and aid and the blocking of badly needed loans from international lending agencies such as the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank. Next, in Chapters 5 and 6, Martin Diskin and Betsy Cohn/Patricia Hinds provide descriptions of the U.S. manipulation of ethnic and religious tensions in Nicaragua. The authors demonstrate that, as the Reagan administration and various like-minded private groups were distorting and propagandizing about real and imaginary Sandinista abuses against the church and ethnic minorities, they were also extremely active behind the scenes in promoting and exacerbating the conflicts they were publicly denouncing. In Chapter 7 on electronic penetration, Howard Frederick describes the ever-expanding radio and television infrastructure, clandestine, commercial, and governmental, used by the Reagan administration and its private and public allies to inject anti-Sandinista propaganda across Nicaragua's borders. He shows that the revolutionary government with its primitive and weak telecommunications infrastructure was at a clear disadvantage in the electronic war of words. Finally, in Chapter 8, William Goodfellow details the history of the U.S. effort to co-opt negotiations issue in order to avoid any peaceful settlement of its dispute with Nicaragua. 2. The Covert War. Peter Kornbluh. It is much easier and much less expensive to support an insurgency than it is for us and our friends to resist one. It takes relatively few people and little support to disrupt the internal peace and economic stability of a small country. CIA Director William Casey, March 13, 1921. As the Sandinista revolution triumphed in Nicaragua on July 19, 1979, the U.S.-sponsored counter-revolution began. A DC-8 jet, disguised with Red Cross insignia, landed in Managua to evacuate commanders of the Nicaraguan National Guard, a force the United States had created more than 50 years before. Over the next few days, U.S. operatives airlifted remnants of Anastasio Somoza's Pretorian army to Miami, from where they could reorganize to renew their fight against the Sandinistas in the future. 2 Unnoticed at the time, This operation marked the opening salvo in what would eventually become the paramount symbol of U.S. policy toward Nicaragua, the CIA's covert war. Genesis of the covert war. By the time Ronald Reagan assumed office in 1981, the Carter administration had already expended $1 million in covert funds to organize and bolster internal opposition groups in Nicaragua. Nevertheless, Carter's limited efforts to manipulate the course of the Nicaraguan revolution were considered insufficient by the new administration hardliners, who viewed the Sandinistas' very existence as a challenge to U.S. hegemony in the Western Hemisphere. Achieving a modus vivendi with the Sandinist Front of National Liberation was all but ruled out from the beginning. Instead, the new team in Washington decided to make Nicaragua a test case of the Reagan doctrine of taking the offensive against revolution in the Third World. Within the incoming administration, a general consensus existed on the objectives of U.S. policy in Central America to excise the cancer of communism, in the words of the president, but not on the means to accomplish that goal. Point 3. In early meetings of the National Security Council, Alexander Haig, Reagan's first Secretary of State, counseled a determined show of American will and power and a high level of intensity at the beginning. To bolster his case that the United States needed to go to the source of revolution in Central America, Haig ordered then State Department advisor Robert McFarland to draw up an options paper, taking the war to Nicaragua, that weighed the possibility of the open use of force against Cuban ships and planes and a naval blockade against Nicaragua. Point 5. Yet the president's advisors, including Vice President George Bush, Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff, vetoed Haig's call to war. Any overt display of force, they reasoned, would conjure up the image of another Vietnam in the mind of the public, divert resources from more important battlefields in Europe and the Middle East, and jeopardize the administration's efforts to garner congressional support for its domestic and foreign policy agenda. Point 6. The decision to opt for a covert attack against the Sandinistas reflected the tension between Reagan's commitment to Project American Power abroad and the political constraints on sending U.S. troops into a Central American quagmire. Against the backdrop of the Vietnam Syndrome, widespread public opposition to U.S. military involvement in Third World conflicts, CIA operations emerged as the centerpiece of a low-intensity warfare strategy that incorporated economic destabilization, psychological operations, and diplomatic pressures. Point 7. But between 1981 and 1986, the administration's so-called covert war, a misnomer since it became public virtually at its inception, passed through three distinct phases: the creation of a surrogate army, direct CIA attacks on Nicaragua, and a National Security Council-sponsored campaign to maintain the Contras despite the ban on official aid. Initiation of the proxy war. The Reagan administration's strategy depended on the creation of a proxy force of exiles such as the one the CIA had used to overthrow the Arbenz government in Guatemala in 1954 and in its failed effort to oust Fidel Castro at the Bay of Pigs in 1961. Accordingly, in 1981 a new generation of CIA-backed counter-revolutionaries emerged. The Contras, as this force came to be known, could bring direct pressure on Nicaragua's fragile economic institutions, complementing U.S. efforts to undermine the economy from abroad. Moreover, implementing U.S. policy through a surrogate paramilitary army enabled Washington to invoke a plausible denial of responsibility for the Contras' actions, shielding the administration from accountability to Congress and the U.S. public. Publicly, the Reagan administration depicted the Contras as an interdiction force meant to halt arms allegedly flowing from Nicaragua to Salvadoran rebels. Privately, however, policymakers held both optimal and minimal expectations for the Contra war. Some officials believed that the Contras might evolve into a credible invasion force, inciting a popular uprising that would topple the Sandinistas. In one scenario presented to the Congressional Intelligence Committees by Assistant Secretary Thomas Enders and CIA Director William Casey, Contra forces would launch a pincer-style assault, picking up more and more popular support, which will produce desertions in the Nicaraguan military, all setting the stage for a drive on Managua that forces the government out of power. Even if such optimistic projections did not come true, the Contras served Washington's policy objectives. At a minimum, they provided a weapon to destabilize and discredit the Sandinistas' revolutionary experiment, weakening the regime's ability to govern internally and undermining its image internationally. At CIA Langley, Virginia, headquarters, according to David McMichael, an agency national intelligence analyst from 1981 to 1983, officials expected that the Contra incursions would provoke border attacks by Nicaraguan forces and thus serve to demonstrate Nicaragua's aggressive nature and possibly call into play the Organization of American States' provisions. It was hoped that the Nicaraguan government would clamp down on civil liberties within Nicaragua itself, arresting its opposition, demonstrating its allegedly inherent totalitarian nature and thus increase domestic dissent within the country. 9. The strategy was to force the Sandinistas to become in reality what administration officials called them rhetorically, aggressive abroad, repressive at home, and hostile to the United States. The theory was that we couldn't lose, as one U.S. diplomat summarized the purpose of the Contra War. If they took Managua, wonderful. If riot, the idea was that the Sandinistas would react one of two ways. Either they'd liberalize and stop exporting revolution, which is fine and dandy, or they'd tighten up, alienate their own people, their international support and their backers in the United States, in the long run making themselves more vulnerable. In a way, that one was even better, or so the idea went. 10. The evolution of the covered war. The project, as the covered war was known within the intelligence community, officially began on March 9, 1981, when Reagan submitted his first presidential finding on Central America to Congress authorizing CIA covert operations in the region. The authorization provided $19.5 million for the CIA to significantly expand the Carter administration's clandestine assistance to moderate opponents of the Sandinistas, including private business groups, organized labor, political parties, and the press. In addition, the presidential finding called for a covert arms interdiction program to halt weapons Reagan claimed were flowing from Nicaragua to leftist guerrillas in El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala. 11. Reagan's authorization gave the CIA a green light to lay the foundation for a covert paramilitary operation in Nicaragua. In spring 1981, agency operatives established contact with a number of small anti-Sandinista exile groups in Miami and Central America. U.S. Special Envoy Vernon Walters was dispatched to enlist the support of Argentina, Honduras, and other Central American governments in fostering secret war against the Sandinistas. In May, the CIA provided $50,000 to Argentine military intelligence officials to be funneled to the incipient Contras as incentive to unite under one anti-Sandinista banner. 12. By then, Washington was openly sanctioning the existence of paramilitary training camps for Nicaraguan exiles in Florida, California, and Texas, even though their activities appeared to flaunt the 1794 Neutrality Act. 13. In August, the CIA began to draw up contingency plans for clandestine operations in Nicaragua. William Casey appointed Dwayne Claridge a real doer, a real take-charge guy to oversee CIA operations against the Sandinistas. 14. Claridge joined a restricted interagency group, also known as the Core Group, made up of Enders, General Paul Gorman, and Lt. Colonel Oliver North, constituted to recommend and coordinate a covert warfare policy in Nicaragua. The Core Group presented a series of option papers to the National Security Council in November. Among them was a CIA proposal to organize, arm, and train an action team of 500 Latin American commandos who would engage in paramilitary and political operations in Nicaragua and supplement a force of 1,000 Nicaraguan exiles already being trained in Honduras by the Argentine military government. The CIA requested $19.95 million as seed money for its paramilitary program. As the operation evolved, the agency predicted, more funds and more manpower will be needed. 15. On November 23, President Reagan signed National Security Decision Directive 17 granting the CIA authority to build a 500-person paramilitary force, collaborate with foreign governments in the region, and foster a broad opposition front to the Sandinista government. For congressional consumption, however, Reagan's second presidential finding depicted these operations as limited in scope and purpose. On December 1, CIA Director William Casey informed the Congressional Oversight Committees that the agency's paramilitary force would be restricted in numbers, that no Americans would be involved, and that no economic targets would be attacked. Instead, Casey indicated, the primary targets would be Cuban support structure in Nicaragua and arms supply lines to Salvadoran guerrillas. 16. Whereas actions by small isolated bands of Somocista guardsmen had been previously limited to sporadic, ineffectual incidents along the border region, with the influx of U.S. personnel, equipment, and money, the frequency and destructiveness of the Contra attacks escalated rapidly. On March 14, 1982, CIA-trained and equipped saboteurs blew up two vital bridges in the Chinandega and Nueva Segovia provinces near Honduras, marking an unofficial declaration of war. In a 100-day period from March 14 to June 21, at least 106 insurgent incidents occurred within Nicaragua, the Defense Intelligence Agency reported. Contra operations during this period involved the following types of operations: sabotage of highway bridges and attempted destruction of fuel tanks, sniper fire and attacks against small military patrols, attacks by small guerrilla bands on individual Sandinista soldiers and the assassination of minor government officials and a Cuban advisor, burning of a customs warehouse, buildings belonging to the Ministry of Construction, and crops. 17. By spring 1982, the administration judged the covert war to be successfully underway. The young revolutionary regime in Managua had reacted as predicted, declaring a state of emergency after the first major Contra attack in March, censoring the opposition press, and mobilizing troops along the Nicaraguan-Honduran border, all of which lent credence to Reagan's ever louder declarations that the Sandinistas were totalitarian aggressors. In Nicaragua, the Sandinistas are under increasing pressure, proclaimed a classified National Security Planning Group summary paper in April, as a result of our covert efforts. 18. The CIA and the Contras. The original control structure of the proxy war was known as La Tripartita, a joint U.S., Argentine, and Honduran effort. At first, the CIA dispersed hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash and military hardware through two Argentine military intelligence officials, Colonel Osvaldo Ribeiro, and Julio Villegas, who, along with high Honduran military officials, acted as go-betweens with the Contra hierarchy. But when U.S. Argentine relations soured after the Malvinas-Falklands War in April 1982 and divisions within the rebel leadership became a serious problem, U.S. operatives assumed direct command and control of the paramilitary campaign. 19 Under Ambassador John Negroponte, a former assistant to Henry Kissinger on the National Security Council and political officer in Saigon during the Vietnam War, dozens of U.S. agents worked out of Tegucigalpa, a handful, known to the Contras as Colonel Raymond, Major West, Alex, George, John, Thomas, and Donald, supervised the rebel force, overseeing the administration, logistics, and tactical operations of the war effort. 20. Under their direction, motley bands of former National Guardsmen and peasants were transformed into a paramilitary army equipped with trucks, planes, automatic weapons, and artillery. U.S. officials forged the main Contra coalitions, determined their leadership, supplied the Contra forces, paid the salaries of both commanders and foot soldiers, and planned their missions. Through the power of the purse and the provision of equipment, the CIA controlled the size and activities of the Contra forces. Within a year of NSDD-17, Casey's original 500-person action team had increased eightfold to 4,000 persons. By July 1983, CIA officials informed Congress that the Contra Army was 10,000 strong and growing. 21. Initially, the Contra forces broke down into two MAM coalitions, the Nicaraguan Democratic Force, based in Honduras, and the Democratic Revolutionary Alliance, which operated out of Costa Rica. Mosquito Indian Contra forces split into two organizations, Mishra, which joined the FDN, and Mijarazada, which was part of ARDE. The FDN was founded in Guatemala City on August 10, 1981, when, at the behest of the CIA, the original Honduran-based Contra group known as the September 15th Legion and the Miami-based Union Democrática Nicaragüense agreed to merge their efforts. From its inception, former officials of Somoza's widely despised Nicaraguan National Guard dominated the FDN's leadership. A secret Defense Intelligence Agency report, dated July 16, 1982, noted that the FDN is reportedly led by Col. Enrique Bermudez, former GN member and last Nicaraguan military attaché to the U.S. under the government of President Anastasio Somoza, and other ex-GN officers. It is based in Honduras and operates primarily in northern Nicaragua. It is the largest, best organized and most effective of the anti-government insurgent groups 22. ARDE, by contrast, was founded in Costa Rica in September 1982 by two former members of the Sandinista government, Eden Pastora, the legendary guerrilla fighter known as Comandante Zero, and Alfonso Robelo, a millionaire businessman who had been a member of Nicaragua's ruling junta until April 1980. Its anti-Somocista credentials made ARDE a potentially more credible force against the FSLN than the National Guard-ridden FDN. Hence, in April 1982, Duane Claridge approached Eden Pastora and offered to make him the star of the Second Revolution as he had been the star of the first 23. Pastora accepted, according to the Wall Street Journal, on the condition that he have absolute deniability because his credentials as a nationalist would be weakened if his CIA ties were revealed. 24. By April 1984, the CIA was funneling $400,000 a month to Pastora's forces fighting from bases in northern Costa Rica. 25 But when Pastora refused the agency's demand that ARDE join in a two-front war alliance with the FDN, the CIA abandoned him. In the aftermath of a May 30 attempt to assassinate Pastora, apparently carried out by anti-Castro Cubans acting in concert with members of the FDN, Robelo and half of ARDE's troops joined the FDN. 26 2 years later, CIA operatives lured Pastora's remaining troops away with the promise of military assistance if they would join an FDN-ARDE coalition. Isolated and demoralized, Pastora announced he would retire from the Contra movement and return to his pre-revolutionary occupation as a shark fisherman. 27. Despite its Somocista orientation, the FDN received the bulk of U.S. resources and therefore emerged as the vanguard of the counter-revolution. Both the organization and its leaders, according to Edgar Chamorro, the former FDN Director of Public Affairs, became nothing more than executioners of the CIA's Orders 28. In December 1982, the CIA organized a civilian directorate for the FDN and in October 1983 selected a longtime agency asset, Adolfo Calero, to be the FDN's chair and spokesperson. 29 U.S. Special Forces personnel trained FDN task force commanders at the Lepateric base outside of Tegucigalpa. Under the cover of the Pentagon's military exercises in southern Honduras, U.S. Army engineers constructed logistical command posts at El Aguacate and Jamastran from which the CIA managed the war effort. From sanctuary bases stocked with U.S. military materials along the Honduran-Nicaraguan frontier, FDN forces conducted raids into northern Nicaragua almost at will. What Reagan administration officials depicted as a campaign to harass and pressure the Sandinistas into halting their alleged export of revolution in practice translated into vicious attacks on small villages, state-owned agricultural cooperatives, rural health clinics, bridges, electrical generators, and, finally, people. Far from living up to their billing in Washington as freedom fighters, FDN troops established a reputation for abject brutality and gross violations of human rights. By the end of 1985, the Nicaraguan Ministry of Health estimated that 3,652 civilians had been killed, 4,039 wounded, and 5,232 kidnapped during Contra raids. 30 FDN Forces, the Human Rights Monitoring Organization, America's Watch, reported, systematically engaged in the killing of prisoners and the unarmed, including medical and relief personnel, selective attacks on civilians, and indiscriminate attacks, torture and other outrages against personal dignity. 31. Their actions, as former CIA Director Stansfield Turner testified before Congress in April 1985, have to be characterized as terrorism, as state-supported terrorism. 32. The Reagan administration dismissed reports of FDN atrocities as Sandinista disinformation and maintained the mythology of the Contras as good guerrillas. Yet, the CIA's own training manuals for the FDN advocated various tactics of terrorism. 1 Handbook. The Freedom Fighters Manual. Left behind after an attack on the city of Occidental in June 1984, provided instructions for 38 forms of sabotage tasks against government-owned property, including how to commit arson by using matchbooks and cigarettes as slow fuses and how to construct Molotov cocktails for setting police stations and fuel depots on fire. A second CIA manual. Psychological Operations in Guerrilla Warfare. Prescribed more extreme forms of terrorism, including assassinating civilians. The 90-page booklet was written in October 1983 by a U.S. Army counterinsurgency specialist on contract to the CIA who called himself John Kirkpatrick, and then cleared by officials at the CIA's Langley, Virginia, headquarters. 33 The agency printed 2,000 copies, 200 were distributed to the FDN for use in training courses on psychological warfare. Rather than counsel indiscriminate violence, the Psychological Operations Manual encouraged the Contras to regulate their savagery to use terrorism for political advantage. It stressed the counterinsurgency concept of armed propaganda employing implicit terror to win the hearts and minds of the Nicaraguan peasantry. As for explicit terror, the CIA booklet issued concrete instructions for the selective use of violence against civilian leaders associated with the Sandinista government. It is possible to neutralize carefully selected and planned targets, such as court judges, magistrates, police, and state security officials, etc. For psychological purposes, it is necessary to gather together the population affected, so that they will be present, take part in the act, and formulate accusations against the oppressor. 34. Advocating murder violated the President's Executive Order 12,333, which states that no person employed by or acting in behalf of the United States government shall engage in or conspire to engage in assassination, and no agency may request any person to undertake activities forbidden by this order. 35. Publicly, therefore, the White House denied that it endorsed such a practice or that it even occurred. 36 Behind closed doors, however, the CIA admitted that the Contras were committing such atrocities. In late 1983, Dwayne Claridge conceded in a closed briefing for the House Intelligence Committee staff that the Contras had killed civilians and Sandinista officials in the provinces, as well as heads of cooperatives, nurses, doctors and judges. After all, Claridge reportedly reasoned, this is a war. 37. The CIA's war. The Contras proved adept at vanquishing undefended villages and killing unarmed civilians, but they were incapable of establishing themselves as a viable guerrilla force. In December 1982 and again in March, August, and October 1983, FDN troops mounted coordinated attacks on northern Nicaraguan villages in an effort to secure a liberated zone and set up a provisional government. Although the raids wrought severe economic damage and left many casualties, the Contras failed to generate any popular support and were eventually driven back into Honduras by the Sandinista Popular Army. 38. These losses sparked a major review of the covert war within the CIA. In July and again in October 1983, Claridge traveled to Tegucigalpa to pressure FDN leaders to make a better showing on the battlefield. 39 One CIA National Intelligence estimate submitted to the Congressional Oversight Committees in fall 1983 concluded, however, that there are no circumstances under which a force of U.S.-backed rebels can achieve a military or political victory over the leftist Sandinista government. 40. Within the agency, one senior intelligence official recalled, there was a push to have some kind of success in Nicaragua. The prevailing attitude, he explained, was that if the FDN and Pastora's people can't really do things that hurt, it's got to be worked out another way. 41. In its original November 1981 proposal to initiate the covert war, the agency had forecast its own direct role in attacking Nicaragua, in some circumstances CIA might take unilateral action against special targets. 42. To do things that hurt, therefore, the CIA initiated its own war of sabotage and destruction against Nicaragua. Between September 1983 and April 1984, the agency carried out at least 22 attacks on vital installations. 43 CIA pilots bombed Nicaraguan targets, frogmen sabotaged port facilities and commandos planted mines, all missions deemed too sophisticated for the Contras to accomplish. U.S. officials ordered the FDN and RDA to take credit for these operations. In reality, the Contras played no role other than as a cover for direct U.S. aggression. The CIA supplemented its own agents with a specially trained force of unilaterally controlled Latino assets, contract operatives recruited from Salvador, Honduras, Chile, Argentina, Ecuador, and Bolivia. Supervised by agency personnel, the UCLAs received training in unconventional warfare from U.S. Special Forces in Panama, the United States, and Honduras. Our mission was to sabotage ports, refineries, boats, bridges, one Honduran UCLA explained, and try to make it appear that the Contras had done it. 44. Sophisticated military technology added a James Bond-like element to the CIA's operations. Two motherships, large oil service type vessels with long flat sterns for helicopter pads, served as floating bases for air and sea attacks on Nicaraguan harbor facilities. Piranhas were converted into lethal attack craft equipped with mortars and machine guns. Twin-engine Fairchild Merlin 4 airplanes with sophisticated infrared radar provided reconnaissance intelligence during CIA raids. As part of ongoing PSYOPs against Nicaragua, the agency also deployed floating gunfire simulators offshore, in a design to exacerbate tensions among Sandinista troops guarding coastal installations. 45. On September 8, 1983, the CIA launched a series of direct attacks on Nicaraguan port facilities. Speedboats manned by UCLAs and launched from a base ship anchored 12 miles offshore struck at Puerto Sandino. 5 weeks later, Latino frogmen returned to sabotage an underwater oil pipeline. The second major attack took place on October 10 at Corinto, Nicaragua's largest commercial port. Agency commandos fired mortars and grenades at 5 huge oil and gasoline storage tanks, igniting 3.4 million gallons of fuel. Over 100 people were injured in the raid, according to Nicaraguan authorities, and 25,000 inhabitants of the city had to be evacuated while a fire raged out of control for 2 days. 46. In the wake of these dramatic attacks, President Reagan approved a December 1983 NSC proposal to escalate harassment operations against ports, power plants, bridges, and other installations. 47. A month later, in January 1984, U.S. personnel conducted a helicopter raid on the Nicaraguan port of Potosi, killing 1 Nicaraguan and wounding 8. 48. On February 2, 1984, UCLA pilots flying U.S. military planes bombed a communications center and a military training camp in northern Nicaragua, leaving 4 dead. 49. On March 7, and again on March 30, CIA pilots flying Hughes 500 helicopters provided what one CIA combat summary called suppressing rocket fire to back up an attack by UCLA-driven Piranha boats at the petroleum storage facility at San Juan del Sur and Puerto Sandino. When on April 9 RDA forces seized the oceanside village of San Juan del Norte for 48 hours, agency helicopters flying off the CIA base ship along the coast furnished rocket and gunfire support against Sandinista positions. RDA was satisfied with the fire display, the CIA report stated. No known casualties. 50. Mining the harbors. The Reagan plan also authorized the mining of Nicaragua's harbors. 51. Manufactured by the CIA Weapons Group, a munitions division within the agency with assistance from the Naval Surface Weapons Center in Silver Spring, Maryland, the underwater charges deployed in Nicaragua consisted of large metal cylinders packed with 300 pounds of C4 plastic explosives enough to sink small fishing boats and damage larger vessels. 52. UCLA commando teams, operating once again from a CIA intelligence ship, anchored offshore, deposited the mines in the shipping channels of Nicaragua's major Atlantic and Pacific coast ports in January, February, and March 1984. As in previous cases of CIA/UCLA actions, the Contras were told to take public credit for sowing the mines. At 2 a.m. on January 5, 1984, Edgar Chamorro recalls, "George woke me up at my safe house in Tegucigalpa and handed me a press release in excellent Spanish. I was surprised to read that we the Contras were taking credit for having mined several Nicaraguan harbors. George told me to rush to our clandestine radio station and read this announcement before the Sandinistas broke the news. Of course, we played no role in the mining of the harbors 53. U.S. policymakers assumed that once the Contras announced that the harbors had been mined, no civilian cargo ship would dare run such a gauntlet, impeding trade and dealing a serious blow to Nicaragua's already fragile economy. FDN radio broadcasts warned Lloyd's of London, the shipping insurance company, that merchant vessels should stay away from dangerous Nicaraguan waters. We find it strange that Lloyd's of London and the owners and ships' captains have unnecessarily exposed themselves to financial and physical loss by not taking our warning seriously," stated one communique after commercial shipping to Nicaragua had failed to halt. "Only the FDN has the capacity and the necessary knowledge to deactivate the mines, and only the FDN knows how many and where they are. The mines will be removed only when Nicaragua is freed of communist totalitarianism." 54. By the first week of April, 10 commercial vessels had struck the CIA's own mines. 6 of those were non-Nicaraguan, ships registered to Japan, the Netherlands, Liberia, and Panama, as well as the Soviet oil tanker Lugansk. Sustained damage: 5 Russian seamen were among the 15 sailors injured by the exploding underwater charges. 2 Nicaraguans were killed. As ships began to sink in Nicaraguan waterways, the administration invoked its cover story, pointing the finger of blame at the Contras. In response to a diplomatic protest from the Kremlin condemning the United States for an act of banditry and piracy, the State Department issued a carefully worded denial. "We note that the anti-Sandinista forces have widely advertised that certain Nicaraguan ports have been mined. We have no further information on this incident." 55. The Surrogate Supply Network. Revelations of CIA responsibility for the mining of Nicaragua's harbors provoked an avalanche of criticism at home and abroad. Around the world, Washington's allies openly castigated the CIA's action as a flagrant violation of international law. In Congress, even staunch Republican supporters of the Contras, such as Chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee Barry Goldwater, joined liberal Democrats in expressing outrage. 56 Both the House and the Senate passed bipartisan resolutions condemning the mining operation. The political uproar marked a turning point in Congress's willingness to look the other way while the Reagan administration violated international codes of conduct in pursuit of overthrowing the Sandinistas. As it became apparent that the Democrat-controlled House of Representatives would not, in 1984, pass further aid for the Contras, administration officials turned to other options for sustaining the war effort. Between 1984 and 1986, 2 interrelated tactics were pursued. Abroad, U.S. officials initiated contact with third countries such as Israel, Saudi Arabia, Brunei, and Guatemala to enlist their support for the Contras. 57 At home, President Reagan approved a National Security Council plan to create a surrogate network that would provide funds, training, and armaments to the Contras when and if Congress refused to back the war. The plan called for Lt. Col. Oliver North, an aide to National Security Advisor Robert McFarlane, to work through designated intermediaries to keep the FDN financially, materially, and militarily afloat. 58 When Congress declared a moratorium on further aid to the Contras on October 10, 1984, the administration's shadow Contra aid network was already in place. Circumventing the new legislation again named for Representative Boland, which explicitly barred U.S. intelligence officials from directly or indirectly assisting the Contras, Colonel North, Assistant Secretary of State Elliott Abrams, and Alan Fears, Director of the CIA's Central American Task Force, oversaw an operation codenamed Project Democracy. 59. A key NSC contact, retired General John K. Singlaub, met with North once a month to discuss the FDN's needs and domestic fundraising efforts. 60 Retired Major General Richard V. Secord supervised the acquisition of arms and the Contra resupply missions. Secord Associates purchased hundreds of tons of grenades, explosives, rifles, and bullets in Portugal and employed a former CIA-owned air charter company, Southern Air Transport, to ship the equipment to Central America. 61 Through a complex maze of international bank accounts, corporate fronts, arms brokers and shipping companies, a cabal of former Pentagon Special Operations personnel and ex-CIA agents covertly maintained the flow of arms to the Contras. 62 Although the bulk of what the administration falsely portrayed as private aid to the Contras arrived covertly through these channels, open support came from sympathizers of the United States. In the aftermath of the congressional ban, supporting the Contras became a cause célèbre for the new right. Encouraged by President Reagan's rhetoric, dozens of Contra charities sprang up around the United States. Established right-wing organizations, such as the Christian Broadcasting Corporation, the Unification Church, and Veterans of Foreign Wars, joined newly formed ultra-right groups such as Citizens for a Better America, Refugee Relief International, and the Nicaraguan Freedom Fund in raising money, medical supplies, clothing, foodstuffs, and other materials. To avoid openly violating the Neutrality Act, these groups classified their assistance as humanitarian aid for Nicaraguan refugees. Working in concert with Colonel North, General Singlaub emerged as the driving force behind an ostensibly private nationwide fundraising campaign for the Contras. As chairman of the U.S. Council for World Freedom, an organization chartered in 1981 to aid freedom fighters around the world, General Singlaub became the principal generator of non-lethal aid to the Contras in the United States, claiming by late 1984 to be raising $500,000 a month. 63 Through his position as head of the World Anti-Communist League, moreover, he collaborated with North to raise funds from Asian countries for the Contra campaign. Singlaub also contributed along with paramilitary groups such as Soldier of Fortune and civilian military assistance men to the Contra cause. During a trip to Central America in March 1985, the general met with FDN leaders and promised to recruit a few American trainers with specific skills to fill in for CIA agents legally prohibited from working with the Contras. Singlaub informed North that these will be civilian who will do training only and not participate in combat operations. 64 Through Singlaub's fundraising and the administration's solicitation of third country support, more than $50 million flowed into Contra coffers during the official moratorium on aid. And, by the fall of 1986, $10 to $30 million more had been added through the diversion of profits from clandestine arms sales to Iran. This money paid for approximately 2,000 tons of weapons for the Contras procured through the administration's surrogate network. It also financed the purchase of cargo planes, ships, safe houses, maintenance facilities, and communications gear necessary for the resupply missions. In the spring and summer of 1986, White House-directed crews conducted dozens of clandestine airdrops of ammunition, rifles, grenade launchers, and other equipment to contrabands operating along Nicaragua's northern and southern borders. U.S. ambassadors and CIA and Pentagon officials in Central America assisted these supply operations. According to telephone records from El Salvador, Colonel North maintained contact with key operatives directing the missions. On October 5, 1986, when one of the network's planes was shot down by Sandinista troops, the NSC-run Contra program was halted. 65 The humanitarian aid era. The Reagan administration's surrogate support system enabled the Contras to expand their ranks, acquire new weapons, and launch scattered but not insignificant attacks inside Nicaragua. Most important, the aid network salvaged the Contras from political extinction in Washington, buying time for the administration to mount an effective propaganda campaign aimed at forcing Congress to renew U.S. assistance. In April 1985, Reagan's initial proposal for $14 million in military aid was narrowly rejected. But, prompted by Daniel Ortega's ill-timed trip to Moscow in May and by the administration's creation of yet another civilian front for the Contras, The United Nicaraguan Opposition, the House of Representatives, reversed itself in June and voted $27 million in non-lethal aid. The new legislation maintained the ban on CIA participation in the war other than to provide intelligence data to the Contras. The assistance was to be administered overtly, and the legislation called for a detailed accounting of the program's expenditures. To distribute the clothing, food, medicine, and transportation vehicles that Congress had authorized, in September 1985 President Reagan created a new agency, the Nicaraguan Humanitarian Assistance Office. The NHAO became another vehicle for the administration to skirt the law. The principal air freight company contracted by the NHAO to ferry humanitarian supplies to the Contras was controlled by members of the NSC network. The firm, Air Match, received over $180,000 to fly between the United States and Central America. Once there, however, its planes were used by U.S. operatives to drop guns and ammunition into Nicaragua. 66. Suspected abuse of NHAO funds quickly became an issue of contention between Congress and the Reagan administration. In December, when the House Subcommittee on Western Hemispheric Affairs asked the General Accounting Office to verify how the humanitarian aid monies were being spent, the NHAO initially refused to cooperate. NHAO records of hundreds of thousands of dollars in U.S. payments to various grocery shops, pharmacies, and clothing shops in Central America for Contra supplies turned out to be inaccurate. Journalists discovered that many of the stores had conducted only a fraction of the business cited by the NHAO or none at all. 67 In March and again in May and June 1986, GAO investigators testified before the committee that millions of dollars that the NHAO claimed to have paid to suppliers and brokers in Miami, Honduras, and Costa Rica could not be traced. Finally, after the subcommittee had subpoenaed bank records of NHAO expenditures, it found that $1.5 million had been paid to the Honduran Armed Forces, including a January 10, 1986, $450,000 payment to then Commander-in-Chief, General Walter Lopez, and that over $6 million had disappeared into obscure bank accounts in Miami, Panama, and the Cayman Islands. 68. Besides the implications of widespread corruption uncovered by the GAO, in spring 1986 other scandals threatened to undermine the administration's new campaign to obtain $100 million in military and non-military assistance for the Contras. Reports that some Contra members were involved in cocaine trafficking began to appear in the press. 69 In May, a mercenary named Jack Terrell, who had worked at a Contra base in Honduras in 1985, publicly accused FDN leaders of corruption and brutal atrocities and implicated them in the assassination attempt on Eden Pastora's life. 70. A group of 20 former FDN officials added their voices to the charges against the Contra leadership. A cool, dispassionate analysis of the 6 years of struggle, the so-called Condor Group wrote in a March 1986 letter to General Singh Laub, brings us to the following conclusions. The FDN hierarchy was politically inept, abused power, indulged in cronyism and nepotism, and had resorted to improvised quackery in conducting the war. 71. Indeed, after 6 years and more than $130 million in U.S. aid, by spring 1986 the Contra movement was in its worst military condition since its formation. Aside from a flurry of ambushes in August and September 1985, the Contras had virtually ceased to fight. Although President Reagan claimed a force of 20,000, Contra sources admitted their ranks had dwindled to 12,000, almost all of whom were forced back into Honduras by a superior Sandinista military. On the political front, squabbling between the three UNO civilian leaders, Arturo Cruz, Adolfo Calero, and Alfonso Robelo, over power had produced cracks in the Contra civilian facade that would eventually lead to the breakup of the organization. The Nicaraguan resistance remains without a political infrastructure inside Nicaragua or a clear political message to give to the Nicaraguan people, a House Select Committee on Intelligence Evaluation stated in March 1986, it has never developed urban support. In fact, years of United States assistance have not produced an insurgency capable of sustaining itself among the population in Nicaragua. According to the classified assessments of the CIA and DIA, the Intelligence Committee noted, only United States forces could truly resolve the conflict in Nicaragua on a military basis. 72. Yet the Teflon nature of the Reagan presidency seemed to rub off on the Contras, despite the corruption, human rights atrocities, the lack of political appeal or military prowess of the Contras. On June 26 the U.S. Congress acceded to the administration's intense pressure and authorized $100 million to renew the war on Nicaragua. Far more important than the amount of money, the vote lifted all previous restrictions on CIA involvement in the paramilitary campaign. Nor did Congress reimpose any limitations on the purpose for supporting the Contras. For the first time, U.S. legislators unequivocally endorsed the administration's strategy of low-intensity warfare against the Sandinista government. Indeed, the House of Representatives' reversal of its previous opposition to the Reagan administration's course marked a watershed in the not-so-secret covert war. Almost immediately, the White House began to implement a comprehensive war plan designed to rejuvenate the Contras and spread their violent attacks throughout the countryside and into urban centers including Managua. The plan called for establishing new Contra bases on small islands located off Nicaragua's Atlantic coast. The Pentagon would assume a prominent role in the war effort by training Contra forces in the tactics of special warfare and civic action at bases in Honduras, Panama, and the United States. By November 1986, the first team of 70 Contras had arrived at Eglin Air Force Base in Florida. Moreover, the CIA planned to revive its unilaterally controlled Latino assets program and begin anew its own direct involvement in the war effort. 73. As the CIA's proxy campaign entered its seventh year, it was clear that the Reagan administration intended to escalate its policy of punishment against Nicaragua. Although the Contras brashly predicted crippling the Sandinistas by mid-1987, they remained politically and militarily distant from taking power. Revelations in November 1986 that administration officials had illegally schemed off millions of dollars from arms sales to Iran for the Contras threatened future congressional appropriations. Nevertheless, increased U.S. intervention on the Contras' behalf reflected Washington's determination to wage a war without end in Nicaragua, spreading ever more death and destruction over a country that the administration claimed to want to save. 3. Military encirclement. Eva Gold. U.S. militarization of Central America in the 1980s continued a history of U.S. military intervention in Latin America, Nicaragua, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Panama, and Mexico, as well as Haiti, the Dominican Republic, Cuba, Grenada, and Chile, were among the Latin nations that had been invaded by U.S. Marines, occupied by U.S. troops, or subject to U.S.-sponsored covert actions in the 19th and 20th centuries. 1 Following the success of revolutions in 1979 in Nicaragua and Grenada, the United States accelerated its program of military exercises and inflated its security assistance programs. By the mid-1980s, U.S. military policy in the region, supplemented by secret wars and covert actions, formed the backbone of the Reagan Doctrine and all-out counter-revolutionary campaign. In 1979 there were three major U.S. bases in the Caribbean Basin in Panama, Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, and Roosevelt Roads, Puerto Rico, with nearly 15,000 U.S. troops stationed in the area. 2 Additional U.S. troops were deployed in the region for several weeks annually, for military exercises in the Caribbean Sea, for practice in defense of the Panama Canal, and, less frequently, for joint exercises in Honduras. Military training was offered, primarily through the U.S. Army School of the Americas in Panama, where approximately 1,000 Latin officers attended classes each year. 3 No more than a dozen U.S. military personnel were assigned to each U.S. embassy in Central America, the Caribbean, and South America. Security assistance programs in the region were small. Several, such as those for El Salvador and Guatemala, had been terminated because of failure to comply with U.S. human rights criteria. Toward the end of his presidency, Jimmy Carter turned to a more militaristic foreign policy. In 1979 he responded to the purported discovery of a Soviet combat brigade in Cuba with a call for a greater U.S. military presence in the Caribbean, In 1980 he authorized the resumption of assistance to the Salvadoran military despite its responsibility for continuing human rights violations. 4 With the Reagan presidency, Central America became a testing ground for the new administration's commitment to contain and turn back revolutionary Third World movements. The Central American landscape and the capabilities of local military forces were reshaped in the first half of the 1980s. U.S. troops with giant earthmovers built or improved airstrips and roads, dug wells and tank traps, and erected radar stations, piers, and barracks. In Honduras, the logistical center of U.S. military operations, there were rarely fewer than 1,000 U.S. troops from 1983 on, while tens of thousands more cycled through in an unbroken sequence of military exercises. 5 Additional U.S. troops were involved in exercises in Panama and Costa Rica and in the Caribbean Sea, at times bringing thousands more to the region. Military assistance programs, grants and loans for military training, equipment and weapons escalated from $10 million for El Salvador, Honduras, Costa Rica, and Guatemala in fiscal year 1980 to nearly $200 million in FY 1985.6. Although assistance to El Salvador, the largest recipient of U.S. military aid in the region, was directed primarily toward defeat of internal insurgency, the purpose of military assistance programs for Honduras and Costa Rica was twofold: to prepare local troops to deal with any internal insurgency and to play a role should there be military intervention in Nicaragua. It also helped create a climate of hostility toward Nicaragua, both in the region and in the United States, and the appearance of regional support for U.S. policy. The buildup in Central America was part of the Reagan administration's pledge to enlarge the U.S. military presence worldwide. According to Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger's 1985 annual report to Congress, military construction through 1989 would move us considerably closer to our goal of being able to deploy major forces and sustain combat operation in 2 or more theaters simultaneously. 7. U.S. bases were expanded in the Persian/Arabian Gulf, Indian Ocean, and Mediterranean Sea as well as in the Caribbean Basin. U.S. readiness and special operations forces were strengthened, and the U.S. Army upgraded its light infantry divisions to prepare for quick deployment. 8 Military exercises toned up U.S. troops. U.S. military muscle was flexed with deployments in the Middle East, confrontations with Libya, and the invasion of Grenada. At first portrayed by U.S. policymakers as a quick and easy solution to a crisis in Central America, intervention proved to be a long-term commitment with far-reaching implications. From the first, the Reagan administration had carefully built in both Washington and Central America diplomatic and military leadership committed to military solutions of the regional crisis, assigning go-getter, anti-communist ideologues with wide-ranging experience in Vietnam and in CIA-managed covert activities worldwide. The U.S. military command post for Latin America was elevated to a 4-star post, and the size of the U.S. embassy staff in Honduras mushroomed, turning it into one of the largest U.S. diplomatic missions in Latin America. 9 The National Security Council, which became the administration's point group for the region, doubled in size, rivaling even Henry Kissinger's operation under Nixon. 10 Any Foreign Service officers, such as former Assistant Secretary of State Thomas Enders and ex-ambassador to Honduras John Furch, who were seen as pragmatists or open to the possibility of negotiated solutions, were dismissed. By the mid-1980s, the United States had invaded Central America with its military presence, techniques, and weapons. 2 main instruments of U.S. military policy: military exercises and security assistance programs, had been reduced to minor points of debate in Congress, of only occasional interest to the media. Beginning in the early 1960s, the United States had staged worldwide U.S. military exercises, known as war games. Planned and announced well in advance, war games were designed to give U.S. troops practice in simulated war situations, to train them in skills they might be called upon to use in a war, and in some cases to develop coordination with friendly militaries. 11 As the United States geared up for intervention in the Third World, it expanded its military exercises, as seen in the Caribbean, where in 1981 the United States had practiced its eventual invasion of Grenada, and in Central America, a Laboratory for the New Interventionist Strategy. 12 Land exercises, primarily staged in Honduras, were continuous beginning in August 1983. In 1985, however, land exercises lasting longer than the traditional several weeks were carried out in Panama as well. Periodically, smaller exercises also took place in Costa Rica. 13 On occasion land and naval maneuvers overlapped, as in spring 1984 with the coincidence of Ocean Venture 84 and Granadero I, which brought 33,000 U.S. troops to the region, and in spring 1985 when Big Pine 3 and Universal Trek together brought 7,000 to 11,000 U.S. troops to Honduras and its coastal waters. 14. Honduras. The Congressional Presentation for Security Assistance Programs. 4FI 1979 noted that the Honduras military as a group has historically been friendly to the United States. 15. The FI 1986 Congressional Presentation justified the U.S. program for Honduras. It would be extremely difficult to defend U.S. interests in Central America without the cooperation of Honduras. With this aid, higher operational readiness rates can be attained and the positive military-to-military relationship between our two countries will be furthered. 16. The new scale and scope of U.S. military exercises in Honduras led to continuous deployment of large numbers of U.S. troops and construction of military, logistical, and intelligence gathering infrastructure. In addition, military equipment left behind following exercises and facilities, such as the airstrip upgraded at Aguacate, were used by the CIA for covert support for the Contra War against Nicaragua. 17 The exercises were ostensibly to signal Nicaragua that the United States would stand by its allies. Tensions in the border area between Contras and Sandinista troops provided a pretext for U.S. accusations that Nicaragua planned an invasion, despite testimony by U.S. military personnel stationed in the region and U.S.-based military analysis as to the unlikelihood and military infeasibility of such an invasion. 18. Initially, the military exercises in Central America practiced large-scale war scenarios in a broad geographic zone, invasions of the Puerto Rican island of Vieques, evacuations from Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, mock bombing runs and aerial dogfights in the Gulf of Mexico. With the concentration of the exercises in Honduras, they increased in frequency and focused not only on practice of war scenarios but also on quick deployment and construction, counterinsurgency training, and civic action. The military exercises in Honduras familiarized large numbers of U.S. troops with local conditions and military personnel. Troops came from bases all over the United States, from units stationed at the U.S. Southern Command in Panama, and from Puerto Rico. Reservists and State National Guard units also participated. The mobilization of the State National Guard became a subject of debate in the United States. National Guard spokesperson Major John Smith defended their deployment. "It's a part of the total readiness picture. We're doing a disservice to our soldiers if we leave them unprepared to fight." 19. Massachusetts Governor Michael S. Dukakis, along with other governors, as commander-in-chief of his state's National Guard, had refused to allow his units to participate in military exercises. A spokesperson for Dukakis stated, "If the United States wants to send troops into Central America, that ought to be something that the President asks the Congress and the Congress debates and votes. Barring that, I don't think there ought to be the subterfuge of sending Guard units down from the various states." 20. Some members of Congress also suspected that the military exercises in Honduras extended well beyond routine military maneuvers and congressional intentions. Representative William V. Alexander, Jr., asked the General Accounting Office, the congressional watchdog agency, to investigate whether the exercises were a vehicle by which the Pentagon was usurping functions that properly came under congressional authority. The GAO issued reports in 1984 and 1985 questioning the scope of the military exercises in three areas: construction, counterinsurgency training for Honduran troops, and civic action. 21 Funding for the military exercises came directly from the Pentagon and was supposed to be limited to operational needs. For example, any single construction project that was part of a military exercise was to cost no more than $200,000. Decisions on larger construction projects were assigned to the Congressional Military Construction Subcommittees because of their implications for U.S. policy. The GAO found that during Big Pine 2 in 1983 to 1984 and afterward the Pentagon had evaded this limit in two ways. First, construction projects were broken up into discrete pieces, each costing less than $200,000. An example was the San Lorenzo base in southeast Honduras, where the barracks were considered a separate project from the post-exchange and dining facilities all built to service U.S. military personnel stationed there. Second, the GAO determined that the Pentagon was manipulating its accounting. Some expenses traditionally considered part of the cost of a project were transferred to other categories. In exercises after Big Pine 2 only the cost of materials was counted. The GAO estimated that a $133,626 project executed during Cabana's exercises would have cost $265,000 under the accounting used during Big Pine 2. The GAO also pointed out that had the cost of the project been accounted for without any allowances, including those accepted during Big Pine 2, the total cost would have been closer to $635,000.22. Honduras became the base for an elaborate U.S. military complex. Throughout the country U.S. troops upgraded and constructed airfields, two of which could accommodate the most sophisticated planes in the U.S. arsenal, built base facilities including barracks, mess halls, showers, latrines, and recreational facilities, erected radar stations that could monitor air, land, and sea traffic over much of Nicaragua, Honduras, and El Salvador, and set up headquarters for Joint Task Force Bravo, an intra-service operational center for support and control of deployed U.S. forces. Honduras became a base of operations for intelligence gathering over flights into El Salvador and Nicaragua and could easily be converted into an operational center for broad U.S. military action in the region. 23. After the buildup had become an accomplished fact, the Pentagon was ready to broach to Congress its long-term plan for a U.S. military presence in Honduras. In March 1986, Nestor D. Sanchez, Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Inter-American Affairs, presented to the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Military Construction a request that included $5 million for a facility in Honduras to support a U.S. Army aviation unit involved in intelligence collection. At the same hearing, General John R. Galvin, then Commander-in-Chief of Southcom, stated that he was aware of congressional concern about the indefinite temporary U.S. presence. It may take 2 years or 5 years or more, he told the subcommittee. 24 The administration had revealed a month earlier a $50 million plan through 1991 for upkeep and extensive construction projects in Honduras, including expansion of facilities for U.S. troops and construction of ammunition supply points in remote areas, warehouses for secure storage, and improved runways. 25. The GAO also found problems with the large amount of counterinsurgency training provided as part of the military maneuvers and with the implementation of a vast civic action program. Counterinsurgency training was built into numerous exercises. Congressionally authorized military assistance to Honduras grew from $4 million in FY 1980 to over $60 million in FY 1985. Weapons, military-related equipment, aircraft, and training. 26 The training was done at U.S. military bases or in country by mobile training teams, usually special forces deployed to provide instruction in specific skills or techniques. Training by special forces during exercises, particularly of Honduran troops, went far beyond the congressionally approved program. Humanitarian aid, medical care and supplies, food, clothing, and educational materials was yet another carrot offered to Honduras. Representatives of both the Honduran government and the private sector laid before U.S. policymakers the desperate economic situation and their need for U.S. assistance. The forthcoming assistance provided by Congress fell far short of what Hondurans felt was their due, given the strategic role of their country in U.S. regional policy. One way to compensate for the shortfall was through exercise-related civic action programs, largely the delivery of medical, dental, and veterinary services to rural Honduras. During Big Pine 2, 53,000 rural Hondurans received medical or dental care, 200,000 immunizations were given, and 37,000 animals were treated. 27 The official purpose of the program was to provide U.S. military medical personnel with training in the treatment of tropical diseases. The GAO observed, however, that after-action reports indicated that the program itself was primarily a civic action, rather than a training program, and considered the funds used to pay the costs of these civic actions as improperly dispersed. 28 Following Big Pine 2 medical and veterinary services continued at the rate of 1 or 2 forays weekly. 29 Civic actions served several other purposes. First, U.S. troops gained familiarity with the climate, terrain, and people of rural Honduras. They practiced the complex tasks of transporting equipment and personnel, located helicopter landing pads, identified village leaders, and took a census of patients and family members. 32 They helped hold in check the discontent of the Honduran people with their desperate economic and social conditions. As a U.S. Embassy economic advisor put it, neither the Honduran government nor the United States has a program to reverse economic stagnation. The best that can be accomplished is direct aid to help close the budget gap and food to feed the increasing number of hungry people. 31 One enthusiast for civic action, Captain Robert S. Perry of Southcom, wrote, "Civic actions build an important people-to-people reservoir of trust and confidence in their government and the U.S. and cast the military in the role of a positive social agent." 32 The program was intended to build popular support in Honduras for the military exercises and ensure a sympathetic rearguard for the U.S. supported Contras. In an invasion of Nicaragua, it would ensure that the Honduran people identified their interests with those of the United States. However, the civic action program did not always spread goodwill. Many Hondurans felt the program was for show and did not address the country's deep-rooted problems. Dispensing vitamins, aspirin, and anti-worm medication to last no more than 3 months could do little to alleviate malnutrition, poor hygiene, lack of potable water, and the other plagues of poverty. 33 The exercises frequently bred resentment as Hondurans found themselves abruptly evicted from their land when the United States decided to build a road, airfield, or other military-related facility. The U.S. press gave some attention to a U.S. citizen from Puerto Rico who lost his Honduran cattle ranch in 1983 when the United States set up the Regional Military Training Center on the Honduran Atlantic coast. The case was tossed back and forth between the Honduran government and the U.S. Embassy. By summer 1986 the man had not been paid for his property. 34 Little publicity, however, was given to the plight of Honduran peasants thrown off their land in cleanup operations prior to the setting up of the RMTC. In April 1986 the National Association of Honduran Campesinos charged that peasants in Oro had been removed from their land while troops practiced parachute jumping. Although the director of the National Agrarian Institute claimed the situation was temporary and that the army would pay for all damages, Anach protested that on previous occasions farmers who had been given similar assurances had received nothing. 36 Social problems were another legacy of the U.S. troops stationed in Honduras, including sexually transmitted diseases well known in South Vietnam during the Indochina War and in the Philippines where thousands of U.S. troops were based. In the town of Comayagua, near Palmarola Air Base, the nucleus of the U.S. military presence, discos, bars, brothels, and begging flourished. In March 1986 articles began to appear in the Honduran press with titles like Comayagua, Sodoma y Gomorrah, blaming U.S. troops for sexual abuse of children, promotion of drug and alcohol abuse, and the introduction of AIDS to the Honduran population. 37 Victor Meza, then director of the Honduran Documentation Center, an independent research and publications group based in the Honduran capital of Tegucigalpa, explained to one journalist, "We have no real benefit from the American military. All we get is beer and whores." 38 The U.S. military exercises brought about in a short time the dramatic growth of the U.S. presence in Honduras, U.S. support for the Salvadoran armed forces and the Contras through the back door, and the acclimatization of the U.S. public to the presence of U.S. troops in the region. Simultaneously, through the traditional channels of military assistance, the United States had bolstered the Honduran armed forces, Honduran military and security forces more than doubled from 11,000 in 1979 to 23,000 in 1985. The Honduran Air Fleet, which had been the best equipped air force in the region even before 1980, was built up with Huey helicopters and A-37 attack and 0-2 reconnaissance planes. 39. In addition to aircraft, howitzers, M16 rifles, and other weaponry, the United States supplied Honduras with radios and communication gear, trucks, and other ground vehicles, and personnel equipment ranging from boots and canteens to parachutes and sunglasses. 40 These items both modernized the Honduran armed forces and increased their interoperability with U.S. armed forces and other U.S. supplied military forces in the region. The expansion of the Honduran armed forces was complemented by training. Between 1980 and 1984, the numbers of Honduran officers and cadets trained at the U.S. Army School, then in Panama, increased from a few hundred to well over 500 a year. The number of Hondurans attending the school was second only to the number of Salvadorans. Special courses were designed to redress deficiencies in the Honduran as well as in the Salvadoran military. 41 Several thousand additional Honduran troops were also trained at the RMTC from June 1983 until it was closed in September 1984, as well as by dozens of mobile training teams who went to Honduras every year. 42 One Honduran unit trained by the United States was used as a sabotage and assassination squad inside Nicaragua. 43 The CIA was deeply involved in training and in the inner workings of the Honduran military. Along with a Special Forces unit from Fort Bragg, it had trained in strict secrecy a Honduran anti-terrorist unit in an operation code-named Operation Quail Shooter. 44 A. New York Times. Article by James Lemoyne implicated the CIA in human rights abuses in Honduras. The Central Intelligence Agency aided Honduran security forces that it knew were responsible for having killed a number of people they detained for political reasons between 1981 and 1984. 45. A similar accusation was made in testimony before the Senate Intelligence Committees and individual members of Congress by Honduran Major Ricardo Zuniga Morazan, who was killed not long after his visit to the United States. 46 Zuniga alleged that Honduran intelligence agents and members of the U.S.-backed Nicaraguan Democratic Forces had committed human rights abuses with the knowledge of U.S. intelligence officers. Further, Ramon Custodio Lopez, a leading human rights activist, charged that former U.S. Ambassador to Honduras John Dimitri Negroponte had directed a terrorist ring in Central America whose mission was elimination of leftist opposition in Honduras and support for the Contras. 47 Between 1981 and 1985 there were some 200 disappearances in Honduras, primarily of Salvadorans and Hondurans identified as leftists or as student, peasant, or union leaders. 48 Many human rights abuses took place while General Gustavo Alvarez Martinez, known for his strong-arm tactics and support for U.S. policy, was Commander-in-Chief of the Honduran Armed Forces. While he was Commander-in-Chief, Honduras got its nickname, the USS Honduras. 49. In March 1984 a coup within the military sent him into exile and installed Walter Reyes Lopez, who maintained a cooperative relationship with the United States despite efforts by the Honduran military to obtain better terms for Honduras in exchange for permitting the U.S. military presence. These efforts led to shutting down the RMTC, established in Honduras primarily to provide training for Salvadoran troops. The RMTC had been a thorn in the side of many members of the Honduran military who had regarded the Salvadoran military as an enemy following defeat in a border war with El Salvador in 1969. The Honduran government also sought renegotiation of its treaties with the United States to ensure protection against invasion and publicly objected to the flow of assistance to the Contras through Honduras. A few days after the 1986 Honduran presidential elections, Reyes Lopez resigned his position as Commander-in-Chief and Humberto Regalado Hernandez stepped in. In the first several months following the elections and installation of Regalado as Commander-in-Chief, Honduran officials began to talk openly, for the first time, of the existence of Contra bases along the border with Nicaragua. Despite this apparent official acquiescence to U.S. policy, In spring 1986, the largest demonstration ever in protest of the U.S. presence in Honduras took place in the capital city of Tegucigalpa. 5,000 Hondurans demanded the cancellation of Honduran military treaties with the United States, adoption of a neutral policy toward Nicaragua, expulsion of the Contras, and a full accounting for the disappeared .50. Costa Rica. As in Honduras, exercises, security assistance programs, and the CIA had all been instruments for increasing the U.S. military presence in Costa Rica. In FI 1980, Costa Rica received no U.S. military assistance. Between FI 1981 and 1983, U.S. military aid to Costa Rica totaled $21 million. Although Costa Rica initially had resisted any significant U.S. military presence as compromising its commitment to neutrality in the region's conflicts, by the mid-1980s Costa Rica had conceded to greater U.S. military influence. Sometimes referred to as the Switzerland of Central America, Costa Rica disbanded its armed forces in 1949 after adopting a new constitution. In the following decades, Costa Ricans carved out a prosperous existence, in the midst of a poverty-ridden region, by supporting a generous welfare system and providing free health care and hospitalization, education, housing, childcare, and retirement benefits to a majority of the people. Government subsidies placed many foods and services within reach of most Costa Ricans. The public sector employed 20% of the people and was the controlling interest in a number of financial and industrial enterprises. 52. However, Costa Rica could not escape the world economic recession of the 1970s, which grew to crisis proportions throughout Latin America by 1980. In August 1981, Costa Rica became the first Latin American country to cease payments on its international debt. Only through U.S. economic assistance infusions of relatively large amounts of money in proportion to its small economy did Costa Rica stay afloat, becoming the second largest recipient of U.S. aid in Latin America after El Salvador, and the second highest per capita recipient of U.S. assistance worldwide after Israel. 53. Costa Rica's dependency on U.S. aid left it particularly vulnerable to U.S. demands, which fell primarily into two areas: that Costa Rica wean itself from its democratic social welfare system to a free market economy and become the Reagan administration's model for Latin America, and that Costa Rica cooperate with U.S. regional military plans. 54. On both counts, Costa Rica wavered in its willingness to follow the U.S. lead and abandon its historical commitments. Oscar Arias, elected president in spring 1986, embodied the national ambivalence. Even though he stated he would permit the continued upgrading of Costa Rica's security forces with U.S. aid and training, he reaffirmed his country's pledge of neutrality. He also firmly stated that Costa Rica's welfare system was not to be dismantled. "We preferred a welfare state to a garrison state." 55. Although still a far cry from a garrison state in 1986, Costa Rica had begun a process of militarization. Costa Rica was exempted from the U.S. congressional prohibition against assistance to foreign police forces, and in 1981 U.S. training programs to Costa Rica's National and Rural Guard were resumed. 37 members of the security forces attended schools in Panama. By FI 1985 U.S. training programs had increased threefold. 104 Costa Ricans went to U.S. military schools under the International Military and Educational Training Program. In February 1985 an additional 34 members of the security forces attended an 8-week leadership course in Honduras at the RMTC. 56. In spring 1985, a border incident with Nicaragua in which 2 Costa Rican guardsmen were killed and 9 others wounded served as a pretext for increased U.S. military aid and a break in relations with Nicaragua. In May 1985 20 U.S. Special Forces were dispatched to the Murcielago base in Costa Rica, 20 kilometers from the border with Nicaragua, to train 750 guardsmen, apparently not only in basic military skills but also in ideology. 57 It was reported that the new recruits were instructed in war chants such as Comunista Bueno, Comunista Muerto. 58 That same spring saw an infusion of U.S. aircraft, weapons, and military-related equipment, helicopters, light observation planes, M16 rifles, rocket launchers, machine guns, anti-tank weapons, mortars, ammunition, and spare parts. 59 Earlier that year a Voice of America relay station was inaugurated. Security for the station, high-tension wire, double storm fencing, microwave sensors, TV cameras, and sandbags led some to observe that the station looked more like a military communications installation than a radio station. 60 In early 1986 Costa Rica permitted the first military exercises involving construction. Over 150 U.S. Army engineers arrived to upgrade bridges and highways. 61 By the mid-1980s significant steps had been taken to accommodate U.S. military pressures. Training, upgrading of weaponry and aircraft, military exercises, military civic action, and port calls by U.S. warships were all established facts. Costa Rica's 8,000-member Guard, which had been made up of political appointees who changed after the elections every 4 years, was turning into a professional military force. As in Honduras, the CIA was entrenched in Costa Rica through programs of support for the Contras. Though primarily based in Honduras, the Contras also had a southern front in Costa Rica. To help establish a receptive environment in Costa Rica for the Contras, the CIA made contacts with government officials and local guardsmen and arranged drop-off points for supplies and bases from which the Contras could launch attacks and to which they could retreat. CIA influence was said to extend as high as the offices of the Costa Rican Ministry of Security and the Department of Intelligence and Security. The CIA was accused of setting up incidents to promote tension between Costa Rica and Nicaragua. 62 The Costa Rican media carried on continuous agitation against the Sandinistas. The rationale of conservative Costa Rican press and politicians was parallel to that of Honduras, that Costa Rica needed to take precautions to protect itself from Nicaraguan-sponsored subversion or invasion. Juan José Echeverría, a former public security minister, challenged this assumption, charging that conservative Costa Rican businesspeople wanted a strengthened police force to quell any rebellion caused by continuing economic hardship. 63 Middle and upper-class supporters of Arias as against Rafael Angel Calderón, his virulently anti-communist opponent in the presidential race, felt that Costa Rica was compromising its traditional neutrality and its future by becoming a base for the Contra War, or for an invasion of Nicaragua by U.S. troops. If the Sandinista government were ever driven out of Managua and into the mountains, the war would spread to Costa Rica, with safe house and smuggling by pro-Sandinista forces and probably bombing of Costa Rica by U.S. forces trying to break up Sandinista supply routes. A U.S. invasion wouldn't be the end of our problems with the Sandinistas, only the beginning. 64 Among Arias's first initiatives after winning the presidency was an agreement with Nicaragua on a proposal to establish a peacekeeping force on their common border, to provide permanent inspection and surveillance in order to prevent border incidents. 65 However, over a year later this agreement still had not been implemented. The region. Beginning in 1981, the United States tried to facilitate formation of agreements among Central American military forces excluding Nicaragua. 66 Reconstitution of past military accords or fabrication of new ones was part of the strategy of isolating Nicaragua by casting it as a military threat. In addition, in case of dramatic U.S. military escalation or invasion, such agreements might provide troops from the area, allowing early withdrawal of the bulk of U.S. forces. The United States failed in its initial attempts to forge such an alliance. Nationalist sentiments created obstacles, primarily the hostility between the Salvadoran and Honduran militaries and the anger of the Guatemalans at U.S. condemnation of their human rights record, which made them unwilling to be associated with any plan that appeared to be U.S.-inspired. The United States did succeed, however, in opening up some areas of cooperation. Military leadership from Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala did meet periodically. Guatemala and Honduras agreed that their countries would not provide sanctuary to Salvadoran guerrillas. Hondurans did support the Salvadoran military during offensives in zones along their common border. Such integration of local militaries with U.S. policy objectives inevitably contributed to a willingness to support the Contra War. The Guatemalan military provided assistance to the Contras despite an official position of neutrality. Honduras and El Salvador were named as third countries providing aid to the Contras when the U.S. Congress cut off assistance from October 1984 to July 1985. El Salvador allowed the CIA to launch air and sea attacks against Nicaragua in 1984 and by 1986 had become a regular conduit for supplies to the Contras. The expansion of the Salvadoran Navy and its inclusion in military exercises in the Gulf of Fonseca led to speculation that it might play a role in any invasion of Nicaragua, and in December 1986, after Nicaraguan troops pursued Contras to their camps in Honduras, Honduran jets bombed inside Nicaragua. 67. Conclusion. The overall purpose of U.S. policy in Central America during the early 1980s was to disarticulate the political and social forces that had developed to counter decades of poverty and injustice. The U.S. strategy evolved into what military analysts identified as low-intensity conflict warfare, employing a range of diplomatic, economic, social, psychological, and political pressures along with military force. 68 The concept low intensity was the designation of the level of military engagement at which Pentagon strategists saw the conflict in Central America a stage where it might be possible to achieve the desired ends without having to introduce large numbers of U.S. combat troops. By the mid-1980s, the intention of the U.S. government to defeat the guerrilla movement in El Salvador and to remove the Sandinista government in Nicaragua was clear. Though officially at peace, the United States was engaged in a strategy of war. The 1980s saw expansion of U.S. military capabilities to wage low-intensity war, growth of unconventional forces and the CIA, coordination of CIA activities with the Pentagon, utilization of mercenary forces and private organizations, development of Army light infantry forces and other quick strike units. 69 Low-intensity conflict required the U.S. public to tolerate evasion of U.S. and international law, violence against civilians, support of dictatorships, military forces and regimes guilty of human rights violations, and limited military strikes, and to ignore the ever-present danger that U.S. troops would be drawn into direct combat. 70. By the mid-1980s it appeared that key government agencies, the Department of Defense, the CIA, and the National Security Council had reached consensus around this strategy. Congress passed legislation that set up structures to support the implementation of low-intensity conflict doctrine, and a small War Operations and Research Division was established at Southcom. Many factors still existed, however, that could hamper its effectiveness: the response of the Nicaraguan government to U.S. aggression, the resistance of the U.S. public and some members of Congress to deepening U.S. military involvement, and ambivalence in Honduras, Costa Rica, and other Latin countries toward U.S. policy. Continuous military maneuvers in Central America and the militarization of Honduras and Costa Rica were designed to convince Nicaragua that there would be a U.S. invasion backed by other countries in the region. At the same time, the U.S. public was assured that the maneuvers were only for training purposes and that military assistance for Honduras and Costa Rica was a response to a call for help from allies. The Sandinistas organized their armed forces to fight the war at hand and to protect the population, as much as possible, from contra-attacks in addition to a military build-up to defend against invasion. Their strategy relied upon autonomous military units with decentralized decision-making capabilities, greatly augmenting the number of people directly involved in the war against the Contras. This complemented a nationalist upsurge among Nicaraguans who remembered earlier U.S. invasion and occupation. 71 The majority of Nicaraguans rejected the Contras because of the predominance of former members of the dictator Anastasio Somoza's National Guard among Contra military leadership and their record of pillage and brutality against the Nicaraguan people, especially teachers, health workers, and cooperative leaders, who represented progress and change from the years under the Somozas. 72. 50% of Nicaragua's budget was directed toward the war effort, diverting resources from programs to transform the society and reform the economy. 73 The Reagan administration put pressure on its European allies and on international financial institutions to dry up sources of funds for Nicaragua, further strangling the economy, waged a vitriolic propaganda campaign against the Sandinistas, and exerted diplomatic pressures to isolate Nicaragua from its neighbors, other Latin countries, and Western Europe. Yet the Sandinistas did not appear to be unraveling. The U.S. strategy of low-intensity conflict was undercut by the lack of a viable political alternative to the Sandinistas, which left only the prospect of unending war. Some members of the U.S. Congress and a substantial portion of the press and public feared that the deepening U.S. military involvement would result in invasion and another Vietnam-like quagmire. The administration was seeking a formula to rally public opinion. As far back as 1981, then Secretary of State Alexander Haig had warned before a meeting of the Organization of American States that the United States would do whatever was prudent and necessary to prevent any nation in Central America from becoming a platform for terror and war. 74. In spring 1986, the United States attacked Libya in retaliation for its alleged support of terrorists. In the United States, support for the airstrike was overwhelming. Although European allies were at first reserved, they soon rallied behind the United States. Months earlier, Nicaragua, along with Cuba, North Korea, Libya, and Iran, had been listed as terrorist nations by President Reagan in a speech before the American Bar Association. 75. In the following months, the portrayal of Nicaragua as a sponsor of terrorism and akin to Libya was fully integrated into the Reagan administration's vilification campaign. That same spring, the United States charged Nicaragua with invading Honduras when Nicaraguan troops pursued Contras across the border. Although Honduras initially ignored the incident, within a few days they nominally accepted the charge, and U.S. troops and helicopters ferried a Honduran battalion to the border area, bringing U.S. forces closer yet to direct involvement in combat. 76. The United States had put in place in Central America the military infrastructure to support either limited military strikes or invasion. Though support of regional allies for U.S. policy was not totally predictable, Honduras and Costa Rica had taken significant steps toward compliance with U.S. wishes, and President José Napoleón Duarte of El Salvador was virtually a captive of U.S. policy demands. The ability of Nicaragua to thwart U.S. plans on the battlefield and diplomatically remained a serious problem for U.S. policy, as did public ambivalence toward support for the Contras and deepening U.S. military involvement. Whether or not the Reagan administration had broadened its military options with its orchestration of a global anti-terrorist campaign was not certain. But continued failure to reverse the Nicaraguan revolution through low-intensity warfare would confront the United States with the old choice: negotiate or invade. 4. Economic aggression as an instrument of low-intensity warfare. Michael E. Conroy. The economy of Nicaragua represented the point of greatest external vulnerability for the Sandinista revolutionary government throughout its first 7 years in power. And the policies implemented by the Reagan administration in the United States consciously focused upon that vulnerability. The very concept of low-intensity warfare evolved and became a leading military doctrine of the U.S. government precisely during the period when the administration's attention was agonizingly focused on overthrowing the Sandinista government. In this chapter I will argue that traditional policies of economic aggression against Latin American regimes out of favor with Washington constituted an important part of the initial policy response of the Reagan administration to the consolidation of the Sandinista government. By the second half of the 1979 to 1986 period, however, the use of the surrogate counter-revolutionary forces based in Honduras became the most important part of this economic war. In fact, the Nicaraguan experience of counter-revolutionary low-intensity warfare can be understood best from the perspective of its actual and potential impact upon the increasingly vulnerable economic sphere, rather than as either an attempt to organize and seat a politically viable alternative government or as a predominantly military effort designed to defeat the Sandinistas. Although the full economic impact of the Contras remains a closely guarded secret in Nicaragua, ample evidence on theoretical, inferential, and anecdotal basis links the initial vulnerability of the post-insurrection economy to the deliberate policies of the Reagan administration to destabilize it and to evaluate the Contra War as a continuation, extension, and deepening of that predominantly economic attack. Pre-revolutionary external economic vulnerability in Nicaragua. The full extent of Nicaraguan external dependence prior to the revolution has seldom been demonstrated or documented thoroughly. In fact, Standard overviews of the Nicaraguan economy prior to 1979 rarely raised the issue. 1 Analyses at that time by the UN Economic Commission for Latin America provided a clearer portrait of the growing disequilibrium. 2 ECLA's more recent overview of the nature of the Central American crisis provides insight into this problem, without focusing explicitly on the dimensions of real and financial dependence. 3. Nicaraguan dependence can be seen first in the relative importance to the economy as a whole of its export products and in their vulnerability to fluctuations in production and market prices. The Nicaraguan economy in the 1960s and 1970s, ECLA noted, suffered from the same structural problems that afflict the other Central American economies to this date. Having linked their post-World War II growth to the expansion of markets for their traditional exports in the industrialized countries, such economies encountered rapidly growing import and export coefficients after 1960. The evolution of the external sector determined the global economic behavior of the economy, and the restrictions found in that sector marked the limit on the rate of domestic economic activity. There resulted a direct relationship between the level of exports on the one hand and the rates of economic expansion, capital accumulation, investment, procurement of fiscal revenue, level of employment, and import capacity, on the other. 4. On the financial side, the growing external orientation was less obvious but equally profound. The 1960s and 1970s were a period characterized by increasing availability of foreign financial assistance and direct investment flows to offset the ever-widening gap between foreign exchange earnings and the demand for foreign exchange. When weakening of external demand coincided with restrictions on the flow of external financing, ECLA noted, the external sector had the effect of inhibiting economic growth and even bringing about a contraction in economic activity in real terms. 5. Furthermore, increasing flows of repatriated profits and interest payments and the amortization of growing international private and public debt absorbed rapidly increasing shares of export earnings. Nicaragua had a distinctly open economy prior to 1979, exports and imports constituted very large shares of total production and total consumption. And it remained relatively open after 7 years of revolutionary policy. Total exports of goods and services constituted an average of nearly 24% of total demand in the economy just prior to the insurrection. Exports represented Nicaragua's principal source of foreign exchange. And they were, oddly enough, the foreign exchange source over which Nicaragua had the greatest control, albeit still very limited control. Foreign exchange needs vary from year to year depending not only on the levels of imports but also on the levels of outflow of profits and interest on private direct and portfolio investment, amortization of public and private debt, and the volatile demand for short-term capital movements. One can measure external imbalance in the economy by comparing the supply of foreign exchange from export earnings with the demand for foreign exchange generated by those 4 items. When the external balance, as measured in this manner, proves to be negative, a country must find ways other than through exports to cover the exchange deficit. None of those ways, however, is free from international political pressure. The least political method of covering the deficit is to draw down foreign reserves from the country's holdings at home or abroad, to whatever extent they exist when needed. Private and public foreign borrowing offers another alternative, but the nation must then meet the explicit economic and implicit political criteria of potential lenders. Foreign private long-term investment affords a further method for covering the foreign exchange gap. But the strictures that this last solution places upon domestic economic policy may be the most sensitive of all. Unless a nation offers a set of political and economic conditions that are competitive with all other potential destinations for that private investment, the investment is unlikely to be forthcoming. Long-term dependence on such foreign investment to resolve short-term shortages of foreign exchange leads to the creation of very severe limitations on the ability of governments to implement social and economic policies that are not in the explicit interest of the investors. A government's interest in improving social legislation, in mandating occupational, health, and environmental conditions, and in raising the incomes earned by wage and salary workers is often diametrically opposed to the interests of investors who simply wish to obtain labor or access to markets at the lowest possible costs. In this sense, the problem of covering foreign exchange shortages represents the cutting edge of external dependence. During the 4 years prior to the Nicaraguan Revolution, imports exceeded exports by large margins. Foreign exchange required simply for repatriation of profits and interest exceeded an average of $70 million each year. Total public debt service added an additional $75 million per year. And short-term capital movements changed from small flows into the country to massive hemorrhaging from the country between 1975 and 1978. The result in theory, as well as that shown on Table 4.1, is that Nicaragua was not only dependent upon export markets for 25% of its national income prior to the revolution, it also suffered from a chronic need for additional external financial assistance of more than $350 million, on average, each year for its imports and debt servicing. During 1977 and 1978 this external financial imbalance averaged more than $440 million each year. 6. Nicaraguan external dependence, however, was not limited to this imbalance reflected in balance of payments data, for the balance of payments data do not reveal whether the imbalance was the product of temporary and readily remediable events or policies or whether they reflect deeper, chronic problems. In Nicaragua both the banking system and the central government itself had become heavily dependent upon continued high levels of short-term foreign borrowing. Although the Nicaraguan banking systems as a whole had levels of resources and levels of debt no larger than those of a single bank of medium size in the industrialized world, that banking system was heavily dependent upon foreign debt and, especially, upon short-term foreign debt. The foreign debt of the Nicaraguan banking system averaged more than $140 million from 1976 to 1978, and the level of the debt doubled between 1976 and 1978. This debt constituted an average of 57% of all banking system debt in the country. Although in 1976 less than a quarter of the total debt was short-term foreign debt, by 1978 short-term foreign debt constituted 46% of total bank debt. Even more significantly, the short-term portion of bank debt to foreigners increased from 43% to 80% between 1976 and 1978.7. What this meant for Nicaragua was quite simple. Nicaraguan bankers were required to renegotiate continually nearly 40% of the total outstanding bank debt of the country, either rolling over that much debt in foreign banks on a continuous basis or facing the possibility of a tumultuous multiplied contraction of the nation's financial system. Foreign bankers could refuse to roll the debt over if any untoward events occurred in the country that might raise their concerns or if any changes in government policies displeased them. Nicaraguan borrowing, although large in the context of the small Nicaraguan economy, represented minuscule proportions of the global credit market, thus there was little or no incentive for foreign banks to be reticent about lessening their lending exposure in Nicaragua at any given moment. Nicaraguan debt to all major U.S. banks in 1978, for example, constituted only 0.25% of total U.S. bank lending abroad at the close of that year. 8. Prior to 1979 the Somoza government also tended to rely upon foreign borrowing to finance its government programs. From 1975 to 1977 the government deficit averaged 38% of total expenditures, and an average of 94% of that deficit was financed with foreign borrowing. The fragility of this form of solution was seen in 1978 when the government was only able to finance 38% of the deficit through foreign borrowers. The scarcity of credit that year is reflected in the capital flight noted in Table 4.1, more than $225 million. The combined effects of these overlapping dimensions of external structural and financial dependence were rooted deeply in the Nicaraguan economy inherited by the Sandinista government in 1979. Patterns of production in the nation's best agricultural land, the training that was embodied in large portions of the labor force, and the nature of the capital equipment available at that time were all products of the evolution of the external sector in the preceding years. The financial imbalance produced by that system of production represented a form of long-term economic mismanagement, but it was not an imbalance that could be removed by fiat. Under the very best circumstances, the new government would have required many years to restructure and reorganize the economy to eliminate imbalances of that magnitude. Under the best of circumstances, the new government was going to need to depend heavily upon the export sector and on significant quantities of external assistance to avoid precipitous decline in the standard of living. The chronic imbalance in the Nicaraguan economy was exacerbated by the actions of the Somoza regime as it abandoned the country in 1979. Capital flight during the final months of the insurrection exceeded $500 million according to the first World Bank mission that visited Nicaragua after the Sandinista government took power. 9 The banking system had been completely decapitalized, it was left virtually insolvent because many transactions during the last months of the conflict were, according to ECLA analysts, of doubtful legality or completely illegal. 10. But the foreign private debt of the banking system was still due. Both the World Bank and ECLA noted that the foreign public debt inherited from the Somoza regime, approximately $1.6 billion, was a particularly acute problem, for there had been extensive short-term borrowing during the last 2 years of the Somoza era to finance arms purchases, to counteract capital flight, and to finance the government deficit. The crucial and immediate need for external financial assistance in 1979 was emphasized by both organizations. The very viability of the financial and monetary system and, as a result, the possibilities for economic stabilization in general depended upon obtaining ample new foreign resources to rehabilitate the nation's productive capacity. Reactivation of the economy became the highest priority of the Sandinista economic policy during the last half of 1979 and throughout 1980. Production had virtually ceased throughout the country during the months of June and July, key planting months. Real gross domestic product fell by 25% in 1979, exports decreased by 12% in 1979, and, reflecting the consequences of disruption during the fall planting period, they fell by a further 20% in 1980. This export-dependent, nearly bankrupt economy began the transition to a new economic and social system from a profoundly disadvantageous starting point. The vulnerability of exports in Sandinista Nicaragua. Nicaragua did not have a large number of clear models to emulate in the reorganization of its economic system. Nicaraguan planners were most interested in adapting policies from a variety of socialist and social democratic experiences. Although all prior attempts since 1950 to construct a socialist system had occurred in small, open economies that were, like Nicaragua, significant exporters of primary products, the experiences of other nations had historical specificity that limited the transferability of their experiences. The body of theoretical literature potentially relevant to the design of a new social and economic order in Nicaragua was extremely limited, whether one searched among the histories of nations that had made a recognized transition to more socialist forms of organization or in the Marxist theories of transition to socialism. Those analyses that were subsequently directed to the problems of transition in Nicaragua, however, were virtually unanimous in their interpretation of the crucial role of the export sector. 11. Primary product exports in Nicaragua are the heavy industry of the country, according to Fitzgerald. They are the relatively capital-intensive earners of foreign exchange and the vehicle for the insertion of the economy into the world market system. And they are, ultimately, a crucial determinant of the model of growth and distribution. 12. The export sector was also the most likely source of surplus within the society. Part of that surplus was generated from the profits on the large amount of capital dedicated to that sector, part of it accrued because the costs of agricultural production in Nicaragua, even after the improvements in the total wage package for farm workers, were significantly lower than those of other producers in the world market. Given the revolutionary government's goals of increasing substantially the availability of locally produced wage goods and the concrete programs to sustain and improve the standard of living of the peasantry and urban and rural wage workers by subsidizing the prices paid for basic commodities, there was little opportunity to accumulate surplus in that sector. The heavy damage done to industrial production during the last phase of the insurrection and the heavy import requirements of rebuilding and then serving those industries made them equally unlikely candidates for generating a surplus with which to cover the costs of subsidies in other areas and for new investment projects. The production of exports, however, was one portion of the Nicaraguan economy that was furthest from direct government control. Most estimates suggest that the proportion of production controlled directly by the public sector amounted to little more than 40% of Nicaraguan gross domestic product by the 7th anniversary. But the Nicaraguan public sector controlled only 25% of the production of the agricultural export sector. Although the distribution of exports across specific products fluctuated from year to year, 1981 data are representative. In 1981, 5 primary agricultural products accounted for 72% of all Nicaraguan exports: coffee, cotton, sugar, beef, and bananas. 13 large-scale private producers accounted for 30% of all agricultural export production, small-scale private production accounted for 42%, and only approximately 28% was derived from state sector production. 14. The private control of export production forced the Sandinista government to face the stiffest test of its resolve to maintain private production in the bulk of the economy. The conflict was theoretical as well as practical. The urgent need to expand export production, an absolute priority according to Irvin, led the government to introduce preferential treatment for those producers, including special access to foreign exchange, reductions in the original highly progressive export taxes, and reduced interest rates. 15 These export-oriented policies were considered by some as creating a class of privileged producers. 16 The special treatment, however, reflected the need to create incentives for that particular group of producers that compensated for the effects upon them of other government policies. Given that one fundamental goal of the Nicaraguan model was to use a broad range of economic policies to redistribute income toward the working class and the peasantry, these redistributive policies may have conflicted with the need for export expansion unless they were somewhat offset by special treatment. Irvin noted in a contemporaneous analysis, for example, that the danger is that with the bulk of export production still in private hands, further redistribution may lead to export stagnation. 17. The terms of trade for Nicaraguan exports deteriorated after 1979 as a result of world market conditions. The value of Nicaraguan exports fell by nearly 23% from 1979 to 1986, but not because of shortfalls in the production of agricultural exports. The physical volume of production increased, in fact, by 11.2% during the first 5 years. The growth in export production in Nicaragua contrasts with the decline elsewhere in Central America that averaged 19% over the same period. 18 The decline in export earnings in Nicaragua was a clear and direct function of the decline in world prices for its export commodities. 19 Economic measures undertaken by the U.S. government to undermine the Nicaraguan economy, discussed in greater detail in later sections, further worsened Nicaraguan export earnings by forcing the government to develop new markets through price concessions. Expectations for the 1984 to 1985 harvest year were pessimistic because of the severity of the attacks on coffee growing areas by the CIA-organized Contras. Periodic increases in overflights by Contra and U.S. aircraft forced limitations on aerial spraying in cotton-growing areas, reducing yields and exportable harvests. Despite Sandinista successes in the 1985 to 1986 harvest year in clearing the Contras out of coffee-producing areas so that deaths of harvesters in those areas attributable to the Contras fell from 35 in 1984 to 1985 to 0 in 1985-1986, these actions were only a small part of the overall attempt by the U.S. government to exploit Nicaragua's inherited dependency by making its economy scream. 20. U.S. economic policies as economic aggression. Economic aggression is not a term found in the glossaries of most U.S. economics texts. It is not a theoretical concept that has been well defined, analyzed, characterized, or typified. There is a strong tendency among U.S. academic economists to dismiss the term as the reflection of concepts or approaches in the realm of political science, but certainly not in the domain to which traditional analytical tools of economists may be applied legitimately. This rather ingenuous approach reflects, I believe, both an act of faith in the nature of market economies and a deeply held moral belief that the U.S. government does not engage in such practices. In the case of Nicaragua, however, that naivete may have met its overdue end. Prior to the onset of the new doctrines of low-intensity warfare, policies of economic aggression were designed and implemented in a manner fundamentally independent of overt military strategy. One of the best analytical treatments of the notion of economic aggression was provided by Pedro Fuscovic in a little-known essay first published by El Monde Diplomatique and reproduced in El Nuevo Diario. Fuscovic was himself a victim of the U.S. destabilization policies against Chile while he served as Minister of the Economy under Salvador Allende. He wrote the essay in early 1981 at a time when the Reagan administration had begun to announce its opposition to aid to Nicaragua, but when the magnitude and full characteristics of its anti-Sandinista economic policies had not been made apparent. His analyses were prescient. Fuscovic discussed the nature and the objectives of U.S. programs of economic destabilization with reference to a relatively wide variety of nations and national experiences. Economic aggression, he noted, has ranged from simple warnings and notices that policies might be enacted to the open implementation of deliberate policies designed to have a direct effect on particularly vulnerable areas of an economy. The objectives ranged from dissuading a government from a planned or proposed policy to delegitimizing whole governments by using less visible, more normal tools. Under conditions where elections are about to occur, for example, Fuscovic showed that the U.S. attempted to create a tangible worsening in the social and economic conditions of that country to lessen the likelihood that the ruling government would be retained in power. He cites not only the overt attempts to depose Fidel Castro through the U.S. economic embargo, but also U.S. economic policy toward the Goulart government of Brazil just prior to its overthrow in 1964, the measures taken by the Nixon administration to limit and restrain economic policies of the Velasco Alvarado government in Peru, the pressures that led to the overthrow of the Torres government in Bolivia in 1971, the deliberate destabilization attempts made against Allende in Chile, the policy changes that hurt the Peronist government of Argentina from 1973 to 1976, and comparable but lesser destabilization efforts directed at General Torrijos of Panama, Prime Minister Manley of Jamaica, and the Echeverría regime in Mexico. All of these experiences share a set of common characteristics, Fuscovic noted, that is useful for understanding the coherence behind the policies that were then beginning to be enacted against Nicaragua. The economic aggression is articulated through policies that link the interests of international institutions, such as the IMF, with the economic interests of local elites, who attempt to claim representation of broader social groups, such as small businesspersons or the salaried professional class. The destabilization programs are developed gradually and at first discreetly, beginning with actions that may create an adequate response and then escalating the nature and the public defense of the policies with deliberately misleading demagoguery to justify increasingly open economic aggression. The initial phases are accompanied by a campaign of delegitimization, claims of inefficiency, charges that the government is violating nationalist commitments, and demands for change as great as possible, while linking the opposition to private enterprise. At intermediate stages, repeated in most of the cases cited, conditions are created that encourage destructive behavior on the part of business people in the country, based on campaigns of fear about the future, liquidation of assets, capital flight, reduction of inventories, postponement of maintenance, and the gradual increase in shortages created simply by a hoarding mentality. As the inflationary pressures are brought to bear and domestic production suffers from the climate of fear and uncertainty, international finance is increasingly blocked or delayed, and demands for protection of private enterprise are escalated. In its most ferocious stages, the coordinated policies become open, public, international economic aggression, sources of international finance are deliberately blocked, concerted efforts are made to deny access to international markets for essential products, and conditions are created so that entrepreneurial class in the country refrains from rational economic activity, producing as little as possible, hoarding, and, in general, disrupting normal production and commerce. If we define economic aggression as the introduction of political and economic policies designed to disrupt or injure the economy of another country, including the deliberate withdrawal of economic assistance with an intent to injure, there is little doubt that U.S. policies toward Nicaragua constituted blatant aggression. The list of the specific elements of those policies is too long to reproduce completely at this point, but they have been outlined extensively elsewhere. Point 21. The United States began its economic pressure immediately after Ronald Reagan was inaugurated. Disbursement of the last $15 million in committed economic assistance was halted, and a much-needed shipment of wheat was stopped. By late 1981, the United States was publicly organizing in the Inter-American Development Bank to block one loan after another, especially in the Fund for Special Operations, the concessional loan facility over which the United States has unusually great influence. Point 22. An October 1980 World Bank mission, named by outgoing World Bank President Robert McNamara, provided a fundamentally supportive analysis of the Nicaraguan situation and the need for substantial and immediate assistance. This report, completed in February 1981 and circulated for 8 months before being published in October of that year, unintentionally provided, it now seems, the blueprint for the Reagan administration's aggression against Nicaragua. Point 23. The bank's October 1980 mission reported that the damaging economic consequences of the insurrection were real and persistent. Per capita income levels of 1977 will not be attained, in the best of circumstances, it noted, until the late 1980s. It envisaged high probabilities of debt servicing and financing problems, but it noted that if Nicaragua can obtain substantial financing in the near term, a considerable improvement in its creditworthiness 3 to 4 years hence be foreseen. 24. And the report urged that it would be highly desirable for the country to receive external assistance at concessional terms and in excess of the foreign exchange component. The consequences of withholding financial support were also clear. Any untoward event could lead to a financial trauma, since the country would not be able to obtain commercial financing as a buffer. Moreover, it would be very difficult indeed to restrain consumption for such a long period. 25. Shortly after that World Bank team returned from Nicaragua, Robert McNamara retired and was replaced by William Clausen, previously president of the Bank of America. Ronald Reagan was inaugurated. The presidential transition team expressed much concern about World Bank lending to socialist countries. A new team was sent to Nicaragua, and a radically different report was written. The report was labeled confidential and was intended for use within the World Bank alone. Point 26. This new report admitted that the World Bank had taken on the role of negotiating for the private sector in Nicaragua, insisting on new clear and consistent rules of the game for the private sector, acceptable to the bank, as a precondition for any further bank lending. The new report termed Nicaragua only marginally creditworthy, a rating blamed primarily on problems in the growth rate of export earnings, and said that Nicaragua's foreign exchange shortages are the overwhelming medium-term problem. It then argued against funding most of the projects that the Nicaraguan government had requested. Point 27. Noting that Nicaragua is likely to be a very controversial client, the new report recommended ending all lending for water supply projects, road building, or education programs and offering only limited financial assistance for agricultural credit programs directed to the private sector. It then called for slowing the processing of the request for even those funds, awaiting the Sandinista government's responses to its demands with respect to the private sector. Point 28. The International Development Association is the soft loan or concessional branch of the World Bank. Its functions are similar to those of the Fund for Special Operations of the International Development Bank. The United States has made considerable donations to this fund, and it exercises effective veto control. The application of that veto was never publicly announced, although Nicaragua did not receive any funds from the IDA after 1980. The February 1982 World Bank report also included a tacit admission that the United States had, by that date, blocked all loans and grants to Nicaragua from IDA.29. The United States attempted to undercut Nicaragua's export earnings in more direct ways as well. In 1983, the United States unilaterally reduced Nicaragua's quota of sugar for U.S. markets by 90%, an act designed to cost Nicaragua more than $23 million in differential sugar prices. The United States was a founding member of GATT, the international organization charged with policing fairness in trading relations. The United States had depended heavily on GATT, over the years, to condemn unfair dumping and subsidizing of Japanese and Third World products being sent to U.S. markets. The Nicaraguans complained to GATT that the arbitrary reduction of the sugar quota constituted an unfair practice. GATT ruled that it was, indeed, a violation of binding agreements, but the U.S. decided to ignore this decision. 30. The U.S. government used a plethora of harassment techniques to slow, delay, or deter Nicaraguan trade with the United States. According to officials interviewed at the Ministry of Foreign Commerce, they ranged from restrictions on exports of chemical feedstocks to Nicaragua because of their alleged use in products traded with Cuba, inconsistently scrupulous and exaggerated agricultural inspections, the closing of the Nicaraguan consulates to lessen the ability of U.S. producers to meet Nicaraguan import technicalities, and pressure on U.S. firms to avoid dealings with Nicaragua. The mining of all Nicaraguan harbors and undeveloped anchorages in January and February 1984 represented an even more direct form used by the United States to inhibit all trade with Nicaragua, one that was criticized by even the Reagan administration's closest European ally, Margaret Thatcher. The consequences were far greater than the much heralded damage to some vessels. Representatives of the Ministry of Planning indicated that during the first 2 months after the mining, shippers with contracts to deliver goods to Nicaragua offloaded many of them in Costa Rica and shipped them overland to Nicaragua, often with delays of many weeks. Several shipping lines declined future shipments until it could be demonstrated that the mines had been cleared, shipping insurance costs were increased, and the already precarious foreign supply of goods was further disrupted. Although the U.S. government agreed to cease the placement of new mines in March 1984, the mines were not removed. They continued exploding through summer 1984. The formal imposition of an embargo on all trade with Nicaragua on May 7, 1985, was, therefore, little more than a formalization of policies implemented much earlier. Its principal immediate impact was psychological and political, and it was criticized by virtually every ally of the Reagan administration. 1 year after its implementation, it was respected by no country except the United States. Nicaragua had been quite successful in the diversification of its trade, especially with respect to the number and relative importance of trading partners. The total elimination of U.S. trade had the ironic impact of shifting ever larger proportions of Nicaragua's trade to a small number of new trading partners, especially Japan, Canada, and the Netherlands. 31. The most important deterrent to Nicaraguan trade, however, was the collapse of private credit links for both imports and exports. These were simple transactions credits 32 rather than the borrowing more commonly recorded under public borrowing, and there was no international system for recording them or evaluating their magnitude. The pervasiveness of international credit in the financing of even the simplest transactions between the United States and many Third World nations represented a form of hidden dependency that cost Nicaragua dearly. Much of this dependence is never manifested in international statistics, for it is based on links to the actual importing or exporting firms. It is often the U.S. firm, for example, that arranges for the credit needed to consummate an international transaction with Third World importers and exporters. The U.S. firm uses its domestic lines of credit with U.S. banks to finance shipments or receipts of goods, rather than requiring that the Third World party to the transaction obtain a loan that produces a recorded international transaction. Prior to the revolution, for example, a Nicaraguan importer of fertilizer could often obtain 6-month credit terms directly from the manufacturer. The manufacturer would obtain the financing in its name from a local bank. The distributor then extended comparable credit to the farmer until the crop was harvested. Once the crop was in, the distributor was paid by the farmer, the manufacturer by the distributor, and the bank in the United States was repaid. A similar process was often used for Nicaraguan exports. U.S. importers would obtain loans from U.S. banks to provide advances to Nicaraguan producers. The advance would be deducted from payment due for the crop itself, and the bank would be repaid without a recorded international credit transaction. There was not necessarily any fear of the recorded credit transaction. However, international statistics understate the extent of this hidden dependence. When the Ministry of Foreign Trade was organized in 1979 to control all imports and exports, the first great problem that it encountered was the complete breakdown of that supplier's credit system. There is no way to know precisely how much of Nicaragua's imports and exports prior to the revolution were financed with this kind of short-term credit. The ministry later conservatively estimated that if 50% received such financing, the loss in credit amounted to more than $500 million. For a nation to lose all such credit almost instantaneously is devastating. It forces the nation onto a totally cash basis, causing dramatic contractions in spending until the needed cash can be accumulated. In theory, Nicaragua should have then been able to turn directly to the banking community for loans to replace the suppliers and importers' credits that were lost. Whereas credit had previously been extended to myriad small businesses in Nicaragua on a strictly private basis, the state was now willing to offer formal state guarantees for short-term import and export credits. Nicaragua should have been viewed as an especially good credit risk for most banks, for the new government had taken the unusual step of officially accepting responsibility for the $1.6 billion Somoza-era debts and had succeeded in restructuring and refinancing the vast majority of its debts. 33. The restructuring was precedent-setting. Nicaragua was given until 1986 to resume principal payments, and the interest payments on most loans were lowered to 7% for that period, with the difference between that rate and the actual rate on the loan capitalized into the principal. 34. In fact, the World Bank reported that Nicaragua had brought itself up to date on all international debt payments by early 1980. 35. And Nicaragua was reported in the North American press as one of the few countries in Latin America that continues to pay its debts on time. 36. The pattern of economic aggression, however, included State Department efforts to discourage bank lending to Nicaragua. These activities appear to have been very widespread, and they are epitomized by the history of a loan that was organized by the Bank of America and announced in December 1982. The loan amounted to approximately $30 million for 90 days, and it was guaranteed by an effective mortgage on a share of the nation's cotton crop. It would have been the first significant bank loan to Nicaragua since 1979. 37. The loan was sought to meet interest payments due on foreign debt, but the Nicaraguans committed themselves to making those payments whether or not the loan was finalized. The loan was stopped. Later reports indicated that the State Department took an active role in discouraging the loan, calling Bank of America loan officers and threatening to call members of the bank's board of directors. The official State Department response was that it had not formally blocked the loan, but that it had made certain that the bank's officers knew what the administration's feelings were about such loans. 38. Under normal circumstances, the process of restructuring existing debt is undertaken so that a nation is once again considered creditworthy for additional short-term and medium-term borrowing. Revolutionary Nicaragua, however, has encountered an almost total withdrawal of short-term financing, precisely the form of financing on which the Somoza regime had become so totally dependent. In December 1978, 73.3% of all the bank debt owed by Nicaraguans to U.S. banks was short-term debt, debt that had to be renegotiated or repaid in 1 year or less. That short-term share was 15% of the region-wide average of 62.8%, and it was one of the highest encountered in Central America for the entire period for which data are available. 39. As the medium-term loans of the Somoza era came due, the proportion increased to 75.5% in mid-1980. Thereafter, the total absence of short-term lending by U.S. banks was reflected in the plummeting of the share of Nicaragua's debt that was short-term. From June 1980 to June 1983 the share fell to 10.5%, a condition that was totally inconsistent with relative economic indicators, totally inconsistent with the bank's lending policies in the rest of Central America, and totally inconsistent with the expressed preferences of the Nicaraguan government. Despite the near-total collapse of the economy of El Salvador, the refusal of the Costa Rican government to agree to an IMF adjustment program and the burgeoning there of the highest debt in Central America, and massive capital flight from Honduras, the banks continued to make short-term loans to each of these countries in relatively constant shares of total borrowing. In July 1983 a Reagan administration spokesperson, James Conroe, the Treasury official responsible for U.S. votes in the multilateral banks, announced that the United States would vote against all loans for Nicaragua unless the revolutionary Sandinista government takes steps to revitalize the private sector and improve the efficiency of the public sector. 40 These are, of course, precisely the policies that the Nicaraguan government was pursuing most vigorously, even amid criticism from the left. 41 The same news report that announced the policy also noted its inconsistency. The United States regularly votes in the World Bank for loans to countries with predominantly socialist economies, such as Yugoslavia, and it supported policies in El Salvador that it criticized in Nicaragua, such as the nationalization of the banking system. There is virtually no explanation for depriving Nicaragua of its access to credit from the United States, whether suppliers' credits or bank credit, other than a conscious policy of economic aggression. Economic aggression and low-intensity warfare. The organization of dissident exile Nicaraguans in Honduras and Costa Rica to conduct guerrilla raids across the borders into Nicaragua began in 1981, but most generally perceived it to be a separate, distinctly military attempt to harass the Sandinista government, comparable to the harassment of Cuba by exiles based in Florida during the 1960s. Although they received hundreds of millions of dollars in direct and indirect assistance from the CIA, the Contras were distinctly unsuccessful in any traditional military sense. During their first 5 years of operations, they did not succeed in capturing and holding a single town or other significant military objective. Their principal objectives were interpreted as political harassment, demonstrating that the Sandinista government could not defend all the population all the time. Although the destruction of some economically important targets such as granaries, road construction equipment, coffee beneficios, and newly formed cooperatives was a clear component of the tactics, the strategy of the Contra was generally not perceived as principally economic. By early 1986, however, the use of such irregular forces against politically progressive governments of which the Reagan administration disapproved was recognized as a new U.S. strategic doctrine. 42. This doctrine had evolved out of the post-Vietnam syndrome to replace and to complement pre-existing doctrines of the use of conventional forces against brush fire wars and insurgencies. Contributors to its formulation included military officers specialized in special operations. 43 as well as conservative think tank analysts. 44 The doctrine featured three principal dimensions: classic counterinsurgency activities of the sort developed and practiced by the Kennedy-inspired special forces in Vietnam to provide political, economic, and psychological operations to neutralize peasant support for insurgents in countries whose governments were supported by the United States, and active defense against terrorism including U.S. military raids on suspected terrorist strongholds, and support for anti-communist insurgencies against leftist governments. 45. The economic significance of this last form of low-intensity warfare was understated in the analyses of its application to Nicaragua prior to 1986. It is useful to focus, first, on the theoretical potential for damage that such an insurgency might have against an economy such as that of Nicaragua. But first one must reflect on the nature of the Nicaraguan productive system. Nicaraguan production, as I have noted, remained fundamentally in private sector hands in 1986. Much of it, especially the production of basic grains, cattle, and coffee, took place over vast expanses of mountainous terrain scarcely penetrated by roads or other infrastructure, especially in the departments of Jinotega, Matagalpa, Boco, and Chontales. The Sandinista government developed extensive systems to purchase, store, and distribute basic grains through state distribution enterprises that replaced price gouging middlemen and distributed through the existing private retail food system. And this system involved the deployment of numerous trucks, jeeps, purchasing agents, and other state employees to the most remote harvesting and transshipment points accessible. At the same time, unregulated parallel markets for all products continued to function throughout the country. Agricultural production, especially on the most remote agricultural frontiers but also throughout the more developed interior, depended increasingly upon family labor. The agrarian reform had soaked up much of the previous labor surplus, so that even without conscription there were labor shortages at crucial planting and harvesting times. The maintenance and expansion of private sector agricultural production levels depended crucially upon convincing individual farmers to invest in seed, plowing, planting, cultivation throughout the growing season, harvesting, and the equipment needed for these phases as well as for processing and transportation. Any activity that disrupted the likelihood of final marketing of products lessened the incentive to invest in each phase of production. In agriculture, as well as in non-agricultural production in Nicaragua, pricing of inputs and of final products sold for export involved extensive negotiations between government representatives and representatives of principal producer and labor organizations. And producers always had the option of producing as little as possible to forestall expropriation if the negotiated prices did not seem adequate to generate a profit. Within this context, an armed guerrilla force attacking from across nearby borders threatens the economy, in theory, in numerous direct and indirect ways. Direct damage to roads, bridges, vehicles, and farm storage structures requires replacement that diminishes the availability of investment, whether public or private, for the maintenance and expansion of production. Such direct damage further increases costs of production in unpredictable ways, lowers profits, undermines the price negotiations that determine profits in government-subsidized agricultural channels, and raises the prices of products in parallel markets, thereby increasing the real wages needed for subsistence by agricultural labor. Defense requirements tap significant proportions of an already shrunken labor force, lessening its availability for all production and forcing the costly mobilization of poorly trained and less productive volunteer labor. To the extent that the guerrillas can force relocation of the rural population in defensive settlements away from production areas, or even somewhat more distant from fields, the amount of time that farmers can spend on their lands is diminished and the availability of other family farm labor is reduced. To the extent that the fundamental viability of the government is questioned, producers are provided with an incentive for postponing or withholding investment while they await the outcome. Under conditions where foreign exchange is scarce, the foreign exchange needed to replace damaged or destroyed imported equipment reduces the availability of foreign exchange for directly productive needs, such as fertilizers, seed, other farm chemicals, and the imported components of all other production. To the extent that the guerrilla activities are successful, directly and indirectly, in reducing the production of exportable products or in increasing the need for imports, the worsening of the balance of payments will discourage new lending by lenders in other countries, whether public or private, whether banks, agencies, or direct suppliers, and will make more difficult the renegotiation or restructuring of existing debt. To the extent that the government responds to the various dimensions of economic crisis attributable to the war by expanding the role of the state in production, the already delicate balance between state and private sector, the confidence of private producers, and their willingness to invest may be diminished. The full extent of economic damage to Nicaragua from the low-intensity war may never be known. For obvious reasons, the best estimates of the direct links between Contra activity and economic problems have been kept highly confidential by the Nicaraguan government. It has had little interest in giving that ammunition to the Contra leaders in their campaign to convince the U.S. government to provide further assistance. But the evidence available on the mode of operation of the Contras lends considerable credibility to the hypothesis that their long-term objectives were most closely associated with inflicting economic damage. And the anecdotal evidence of their success was abundant by the end of 1986. In fact, the specific pattern of contra-attacks seemed clearly designed to affect Nicaragua most severely in those economic areas of greatest vulnerability: agricultural exports, basic grains production, and international lending. The Contra concentrated their attacks on outlying communities in the strictly agricultural frontier areas. They attacked numerous cooperatives, effectively terrorizing the residents, by raining mortar shells indiscriminately among the clusters of homes that normally characterize a cooperative settlement. These attacks created more than 100,000 internal refugees, most of whom were engaged in agricultural production. 46 Many of these farmers continued to attempt to till their fields, but the frequency with which they could reach them and the availability of family labor were sharply reduced. Residents of one settlement camp near Ocotal indicated that they were forced to reduce the number of visits per month to their farms to only 8 or 10, rather than the 25 to 30 that they would normally make, because government vehicles and military escorts were available only that often. And because of both the distance and the danger, they seldom took other members of their families with them. 47. The Contra adopted a deliberate policy of seeking out and attacking those farmers who cooperated with the government in terms of loans for investment and production. To own and use a new vehicle, such as a late-model diesel-powered Jeep or truck, available at subsidized prices to large-scale producers who participated in government production and marketing programs, was to make oneself a target. And there were numerous cases of farmers who were singled out by Contra ambush squads and murdered apparently because they were found in such symbols of production. 48. The Contra also made it a policy to interview farmers, indicating their preferences. Farmers in Jinotega and Nueva Segovia were told that any sign of participation in agrarian reform programs or in government-sponsored cooperatives would submit them to the risk of attack. One result was that farmers in Nueva Segovia consistently resisted the efforts of Agriculture Ministry and agrarian reform teams to get them to form cooperatives as a precondition to the distribution of lands under the agrarian reform. The ministry responded by distributing parcels to individual farmers with a minimum of fanfare. 49 Farmers in Boco and Chontales were told that production at the absolute minimum levels needed to avoid expropriation would be condoned, but that any production beyond that or any sign of collaboration with the government would lead to destruction of farm structures and the risk of death for the farmer and his family. 50. Government vehicles were prime targets for contra-attack, whether military vehicles or not. This meant that the ability of government programs to provide secure markets for basic grain producers in remote areas was substantially reduced, and the ability of the government to distribute other commodities that kept the cost of living low was also affected. The severe shortage of basic grains, especially of beans and corn, during the months of April, May, June, and July 1986 was largely attributable to these production and distribution problems that were caused, at least in part, by the relative success of the Contra in the previous year at planting and harvesting times. 51. Perhaps the most tragic of the distortions created in the economy by war, and in this case by the low-intensity war, is the misallocation of human resources. After 5 years of increasing conflict, large proportions of the labor force of Nicaragua had been diverted away from directly productive activities in ways that were tangible. Nicaragua's total available labor force was less than 1.5 million persons in the mid-1980s, including all men and women between the ages of 15 and 55. There were no official figures on the total size of the armed forces, but it was commonly believed that between 100,000 and 150,000 persons had been mobilized in the regular army, the standing reserves, and the active militias, that is from 7% to 10% of the labor force, and the youngest and healthiest of those, especially young men. Nicaragua entered the 1980s with a severe scarcity of skilled labor, especially in the technical and professional areas. In Managua, after 5 years of war, the greatest opportunities for advancement, the greatest employment challenge, and the greatest social needs were found in jobs in the government in general and especially in the security forces and other armed forces. The caliber of the personnel working in those positions was noteworthy, and conversely, the relatively lower caliber of those who were left in positions in the non-governmental productive economy was equally visible. One whole generation of younger Nicaraguans and the best of the older generations were seeing their lives allocated to defense against the Contra. Conclusion: Nicaragua may have been the leading testing ground for the emerging concepts of low-intensity warfare in the mid-1980s and for its application against unfriendly governments in power. In the economic sphere, the sphere in which the Contra War was probably most successful, the design of the policies dovetailed almost perfectly with the more traditional forms of economic aggression practiced prior to the melding of the low-intensity war concept. That they represented a new and frightening extension of older policies practiced by the U.S. government against Latin American governments is clear. But there was little evidence that low-intensity warfare could be successful against the Sandinista regime on any level other than the economic. The 5-year history of measures taken to strangle the Nicaraguan economy had a telling effect. We will never know what the Nicaraguan economic experiment might have evolved into without this external pressure. We will never know whether the new forms of mixed economy and basic needs orientation implemented in the first years of the revolution could have led to long-term growth and stability, for the distortions created by the war economy after 1983, the critical labor shortages, the lack of investable resources, the growth of state production in response to war-related shortages all would take many years to correct. The destruction of productive property, the erosion of institutions, the allocation of the best and the brightest of the labor force to state-based tasks of production and defense all militate against the growth and successful evolution of the private sector in Nicaragua. Once again, the very institutions that the U.S. administration claimed to be advocating were those most damaged by the policies with which that advocacy was implemented. This chapter was prepared as a paper for presentation at the September 1986 annual meeting of the Midwest Association for Latin American Studies Association annual meetings in St. Louis. It includes a substantial updating and reworking of material previously published in an article entitled Economic Dependence, External Assistance, and Economic Aggression Against Nicaragua that appeared in Latin American Perspectives. Issue 45, Volume 12, Note 239-67. 5. The Manipulation of Indigenous Struggles. Martin Diskin. I am a Jew in a world still threatened by anti-Semitism, I am an Afghan, and I am a prisoner of the Gulag. I am a Laotian, a Cambodian, a Cuban, and a Mosquito Indian in Nicaragua. I, too, am a potential victim of totalitarianism. Ronald Reagan, May 6, 1951. President Reagan's examples show a remarkable selectivity. Point 2. He might have identified himself with the Big Mountain Navajo who were being forcibly relocated by the federal government, or with the Mapuche people of Chile whose land rights were being violated by their government. Reagan's examples were not chosen at random. They were consistent with the Reagan doctrine of pushing back what he called communism by actively supporting its enemies. Any situation that fit the bill was fair game, those that did not were of no interest. A good example of this selective concern is the Reagan administration's use of the issue of the persecution of the Mosquitos in its attack on its chosen enemy, the Sandinista government of Nicaragua. The Reagan administration devoted significant resources to make the best case for its foreign policy toward Nicaragua. Among these were the State Department's Office of Public Diplomacy, whose mission was to discredit Nicaragua through public pronouncements, leaked and sometimes classified information, and even disinformation. Point 3. A reader of these statements, particularly in the cases of indigenous struggles on Nicaragua's Atlantic coast, must conclude that the U.S. government went beyond trying to make its case using facts. Rather, it indulged in massive misinformation to a public whose tax money it spent on this effort. Further, while distorting or inventing facts, it tried to support these statements by supplying arms and training to foment and intensify discontent there, regardless of the suffering it caused. The tensions between Atlantic Coast people and their government were used to make Reagan's point about totalitarianism. The use of indigenous and ethnic struggles to support Washington's anti-Nicaragua policy distorts the intrinsic meaning of these struggles. For the Reagan administration, the Mosquito and other groups from the Atlantic coast of Nicaragua counted only as another means of discrediting the Sandinistas. The administration showed the shallowness of its commitment to indigenous struggles, particularly in Central America, through its refusal to condemn the significantly worse systematic government assault on the indigenous populations of Guatemala. 4. By considering human rights abuses only when convenient, the Reagan administration also diluted the impact of serious monitoring of the world human rights situation. For example, by its consistent characterization of the human rights situation in El Salvador as improving, 5. It disqualified itself as an objective watchdog of human rights. Although the Reagan administration did not, properly speaking, monitor human rights, it accused and attacked any group that did if its conclusions differed from Washington policy. And nowhere was more mischief caused than by the use of the peoples of the Atlantic coast, especially the Mosquitoes, to bash the evil empire. Historically, relations between indigenous people and nation-states have been asymmetrical. The state, through its monopoly of force, defined the rights of those who inhabited the land since time immemorial. This relation is well exemplified in the case of the United States. The westward movement of European-derived settlers meant the systematic displacement of the original populations and often their physical destruction. In committing ethnocide and genocide, the new country freely violated its own treaty obligations, made to pacify those who were injured. 6. What most states, including the United States, offered their indigenous populations was a dubious citizenship in exchange for any remaining historic rights. The bearers of Hispanic culture spread their hegemony throughout what came to be called Latin America, along with the systematic extinction of hundreds of cultures, peoples, polities, and societies. Now, in the late 20th century, to be an Indian in America is to be part of a minority. The popular conception holds that this minority must yield to the wishes of the majority. Not even in countries with huge Indian populations, such as Guatemala, Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Chile, and Mexico, were the indigenous peoples accorded a dignified position. In countries in which Indians were a small fraction of the population, such as Canada, United States, Brazil, and El Salvador, the situation was even worse. 7. At the outset of the Sandinista revolution in Nicaragua, the new government applied its revolutionary ideas on the Atlantic coast in a mechanical, sometimes brutal way. This gave an opening for U.S. policymakers to seize on this issue and make indigenous state relations another front in the war against Nicaragua. Although the Sandinistas made serious mistakes, they subsequently made strong efforts to respond to the needs of the people of the Atlantic coast. But U.S. policy was aimed at keeping the tension high by mentioning the mistakes and problems, not the improvements. As a result, the legitimate aspirations of Atlantic coast people in their efforts to achieve autonomy were damaged. To accomplish the overthrow of the Sandinista government, the Reagan administration appeared willing to sacrifice whole peoples. Background: separated by formidable geographic barriers, even in the 1980s the people of the Atlantic coast still refer to those from the Pacific side as Spaniards. Since Europeans first attempted to appropriate the territory, resources, and labor of the New World, first the Spanish, then the English, and then Pacific coast Nicaraguans vied for hegemony over the Atlantic coast. The Spanish saw the coast as peripheral to their ambitions to dominate the dense, productive, highland indigenous populations. For them, it was an unhealthy environment with a sparse population, difficult communication, and little wealth. During the 17th century, the British, in their effort to compete with the Spanish beachhead in the Caribbean and Central America, raided the Spanish Main and established a small presence in what is now Belize, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Panama. 8. The British presence had a profound impact. Shortly after contact, they developed close cooperation with the Mosquitoes. The Sumas were the largest indigenous group. But, since the Mosquitoes lived along the coastal littoral and on the banks of the Rio Coco, they were more accessible to the British. Through their relations with the British, in return for crewing and provisioning British ships, they were rewarded with muskets and other weapons. With this new technology and their strategic position as intermediaries with the British, they were able to subjugate and decimate the Sumas. One historic consequence of this process was the eventual domination in numbers and political influence of the mosquitoes over the Sumas. Contact with the British reinforced the cultural distance of coastal people from the Hispanic seat of power, even after independence from Spain in 1823. British influence lasted until the end of the 19th century, although Nicaraguan sovereignty was recognized in 1860. The British established a Mosquito King and, although kingship never seemed to be significant, there was a feeling among 20th century mosquitoes that their golden age was unjustly terminated. As an enclave within a colony and then within a modern state, the mosquitoes generally lived in a condition of neglect. In the 20th century, when foreign commercial interests sought to exploit the natural resources of the coast, the door was open. Tropical hardwoods, minerals, bananas, fish, turtles, and shrimp were freely exported. The turtles, bananas, and pine forests were virtually destroyed to satisfy foreign demand. 10 Although it generated some employment, this activity damaged the environment and, by increasing the importance of cash in the region, ultimately reduced the level of the people's welfare. 11 This period of open exploitation of the Atlantic coast was not perceived by coastal people as a new conquest, although it probably should have been. Rather, it was remembered as a time of some excitement, when cash flowed and commerce was vigorous. Older people discussed this period in terms of consumer goods. The commissaries of U.S. companies were full of items not available in Nicaragua. Those coastal people with adequate funds were more attuned to Galveston, New Orleans, and Miami than to Managua. The coast has always been a multi-ethnic environment. In addition to the Mosquito and Sumu populations, there are Ramas, another Amerindian group, now almost extinct, Garifunas, English-speaking Creoles, mainly in the south, and, in the second half of the 20th century, mestizo peasant migrants from the Pacific side of the country. The opening up of the Atlantic coast by foreign corporations served to create an ethnic stratification that placed foreigners on top, Creoles in managerial and supervisory positions, and indigenous peoples on the bottom. These values were part and parcel of this period. So, although some mosquitoes, Sumas, Ramas, and Creoles benefited from the presence of foreign commercial interests, most coastal people learned they were inferior to foreigners. 12. The Somoza period was not a time for liberation movements. Somocista peace and order were obtained through the President's National Guard in most of the country. On the Atlantic coast, such measures were not as necessary since order prevailed through a mixture of neglect and increasing integration into a cash economy. Through a system of traders, storekeepers, and buyers, local produce was marketed. 13. During the 1960s and 1970s, there were stirrings of group organization along cultural lines. Two groups arose to express these concerns. 1. Corpi tried to organize on behalf of all Central American indigenous groups. In Nicaragua, Al Promisu and Sucawala were founded in the early 1970s. 14 During this time more coastal youths were educated through the Moravian Church and the National University. As a result, many of them became even more conscious of themselves as coastal, indigenous people and assumed positions of prominence and leadership when they returned to the coast. The Sandinista Revolution. Very little of the fighting in the revolution took place on the Atlantic coast. With the euphoria that prevailed after the ouster of the Somoza dynasty on July 19, 1979, the new government seemed ready to recreate the entire society. The consequences of Somocismo on the Pacific side were quite different from the situation on the Atlantic coast. The Atlantic coast did not have an exploited peasantry dominated by large landowners, nor did it suffer from land shortage, nor was it unorganized. There was sufficient land available for use. In many communities there was a pattern of communal land tenure whereby any community member could clear land not in use. Public affairs in many Mosquito, Sumu, Garifuna, and Creole communities were regulated by local institutions. For the Mosquitoes these institutions were the Moravian Church, especially village pastors and village elders. Most of the environments of the coast, humid tropics, are propitious for the cultivation of fruits and vegetables and for fishing. Because marketing arrangements were dominated by intermediaries, there was a chronic imbalance in the terms of trade for most people. To obtain basic goods, people sold their crops or fish for low prices to traders and storekeepers and bought their necessities at high prices. 15 National services never reached most coastal people. These were left in the hands of church social action agencies, private voluntary groups, and random charitable gestures by individuals. In hindsight, the Sandinista government clearly should have adapted its program to achieve coastal goals with maximal participation of coastal people. The organizational forms could well have taken on a coastal identity, and Sandinismo could have had a costeño variant. Instead, in an enthusiastic and dedicated way, Sandinista cadres, almost all Pacific people, sacrificed themselves to bring the revolution there. Tirelessly they preached the agrarian reform and tried to implement modern ideas about agriculture, health, and education. Their goal was to assimilate the Atlantic coast into national life, to pacificize the coast. They also brought their prejudices about coastal life. For the first Sandinista missionaries, the Atlantic coast people were primitives, backward in all respects. Their cultural and religious practices were often ridiculed and depreciated. Like most missionaries, the Sandinistas assumed a blank page of primitivism that needed to be written on by modern civilization. Although these efforts produced more tension, they also stimulated local groups to focus their goals on the emerging situation. The most significant indigenous organization emerged at that time. It was created in direct response to a visit by Daniel Ortega to Puerto Cabezas in November 1979, barely 4 months after the revolution. Instead of implanting the organizational apparatus of Sandinismo as it was then emerging, Ortega met strong sentiment to recognize the representatives of the indigenous groups of the Atlantic coast, and Mijaresita was formed on the spot. Granted recognition as a mass organization of equivalent status as the women's organization, the farm workers, or industrial workers, Mijaresita began operating vigorously at once. One of its first goals was to change the literacy crusade to include Mosquito and English. Mijaresita's participation in the literacy campaign also enabled it to grow as an organization. Many Mosquito literacy workers became Mijaresita cadres. During this time, Mosquito consciousness and militancy grew as well. In 1980 and 1981, some of the Mijaresita leadership spoke freely of sovereignty, self-determination, and autonomy for Atlantic coast indigenous people. The Sandinista leadership was not prepared for the intensity of the new organization, nor was it aware of how to cooperate with people as different as the coastal people were. It sensed that things were moving too fast, and, as warnings, it jailed some Mosquito leaders, usually for a few weeks. At the close of the literacy crusade in February 1981, violence broke out in Principalca. 4 soldiers and 4 Mosquitos were killed in a shootout caused by the insensitivity of the soldiers and strong local feeling against the government. Other incidents followed, such as the killing of government soldiers at San Carlos. In 1981, tensions and violence increased. Mijaresita leaders were developing the arguments for territorial claims and were increasing their rhetoric of dissatisfaction with the government. Stedman Fagoth Mueller, a powerful orator and influential Mijaresita leader, was jailed in 1981, accused of having been a member of Somoza's secret police during his student days. Released from jail on his agreement to study abroad in a socialist country, he promptly left Nicaragua for Honduras. There, he joined one of the earliest Contra groups, the 15th of September. He broadcast regularly on their radio, attacking the Sandinistas as communists, and preached resistance to the Sandinistas. After Fagoth's move to Honduras, there were more military actions across the Coco River. The government accused Mijaresita of supporting a plan for separatism. This plan, called Red Christmas, was to be implemented on Christmas 1981. Leading up to this date were increasing numbers of attacks from Honduras. The villages along the Coco River, the boundary between the two countries, were particularly hard hit, and the government military, sent to repel these attacks, was always at a disadvantage. At this time it was widely believed that a covert military operation was part of the CIA operation in the region. 16. In late 1981 and early 1982, the Sandinista government responded to the situation in the Mosquito part of the Atlantic coast, especially the Rio Coco, by forcibly relocating the villagers who lived along the river. They were sent to a newly created settlement called Tasbo Pri. Within 2 years, then, after centuries of second-class status and inequality, coastal people created a vigorous organization, military conflict began, and many local communities experienced direct conflict with the state. Whether this happened because of the seizure of Misurezada by separatists, along with collaboration by some in the U.S.-sponsored Contra War, or because of an excessively harsh response by the Sandinistas to a new and novel situation, will take a long time to sort out. It did, however, initiate the darkest period of Sandinista coastal relations. During this period, a series of human rights violations were reported by several responsible monitoring organizations. 17 Human rights are stipulated in various international conventions, usually ratified by member countries of international organizations such as the United Nations or the Organization of American States. 18 The serious monitoring groups keep tabs on trouble spots by sending teams that take testimony from the victimized people and government officials. Thus, through this process, the killings of mosquitoes in Limas by government troops in December 1981 and the San Carlos killings of Sandinista troops by local insurgents in 1981 are both acknowledged violations of human rights. 19 All human rights abuses are inexcusable, although the ones cited in these reports were consistently of lesser degree than those regularly committed by the governments of Guatemala against its indigenous population and El Salvador against its entire population. The distortions. From the outset, there was a strident campaign to characterize Sandinista policy on the Atlantic coast as the destruction of coastal peoples and their cultures. Jean J. Kirkpatrick, ex-ambassador to the United Nations, said that the assault on thousands of Mosquito Indians in Nicaragua by that country's Sandinista government is more massive than any other human rights violation that I'm aware of in Central America today. 20 In a now famous gesture that backfired, Alexander Haig, then Secretary of State, claimed that a photograph he displayed during congressional testimony showed a scene of mosquito bodies being burned by Sandinista troops. The nearly 4-year-old photograph actually showed the burning of corpses of people killed during the Somoza period. 21. The State Department Office of Public Diplomacy's 1984 attack on the Nicaraguan government 22 is a good example of administration falsehood and innuendo. It said that the majority of inhabitants of the Atlantic coast are mosquitoes, sumas, and ramas, with a number of blacks. The total number of indigenous people was difficult to determine since there was no census for the Atlantic coast, but the most recent government estimates claimed about 67,000 mosquitoes, 5,000 sumas, and about 800 ramas. The black population numbered about 25,000 to 30,000 and lived mostly in and around Bluefields. There were about 1,500 Garrafanas. The mestizo population, post-World War II peasant migrants from the Pacific side, numbered 172,000 people, or an absolute majority of the Atlantic coast population. 23. By characterizing the problem as the assault of the state against Indians, the United States represented the situation as easy to solve by giving the Indians land and independence. The only problem, according to this version, was an intransigent state that wanted to eliminate Indians. But, in fact, any solution to coastal demands would face multiple and competing claims and would have to avoid any solution that would create even greater injustice than at present. For example, the creation of a mosquito territory would be seen as unjust by the Sumu. And if the entire coast became Indian country, the mestizo and Creole populations would be reduced to second-class status. The report continued, the people of Zelaya traditionally speak English, since the area was long a British protectorate. In fact, English is spoken, especially among the Creole population, but the most widely spoken language since long before the Sandinista Revolution is Spanish. Mosquito is universally spoken in the Mosquito communities as is Spanish among the mestizos. Although Spanish may not be the native language for many groups, it tends to be the lingua franca for all. By citing statements out of context and freely editorializing, the State Department report represented everything the Sandinista government was doing as evil. For example, a 1980 FSLN document to its cadres, discussing the consolidation of the revolution on the coast, was taken to be a sinister plot. The goals of creating state-run fishing, industrial, and mining enterprises and pursuing programs that bring the revolution to the masses, giving priority to the peasant population 24 were described as a kind of invasion rather than the political platform of victorious revolutionaries. The report also purported to show that Indian rights have been badly violated, 25, but it did not state what those rights are. It presented rights that are not supported by any laws or conventions. 26 later, in presenting part of the summary of the OAS Commission on Human Rights report on the Atlantic coast, the State Department account neglected to include the OAS discussion of those rights, particularly the finding that the Commission believes that in the current status of international law the claim is supported only with respect to the preservation of their culture, practice of their religion and the use of their own language, but it does not include the right to self-determination or political autonomy. 27. The massive relocation and movement of the Indian population of Guatemala received no such condemnation from the State Department. 28. The State Department report implied that systematic killing had taken place. By speaking of surviving Indians or referring to the inhabitants of half the Mosquito and Suma villages being killed, relocated, or driven away, 29, it suggested mass murder. In general, the tendentious and instrumental use of existing information makes this a piece of propaganda rather than a document that can teach the U.S. people. Naturally, findings from groups like the Organization of American States, Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, or America's Watch were not mentioned. If they had been, it would have become clear that the relocations, although hard on the people, were an exercise of a right of national sovereignty. America's Watch and the OAS reports accepted the possibility that national sovereignty was really being violated by combatants who crossed the Rio Coco from Honduras. Both acknowledged that states have that right and stated what they believe is the correct way to exercise it. America's Watch cited precedents from recent U.S. history of massive relocation of people, such as the internment of over 100,000 Japanese Americans during the World War II. 30 The OAS report found a threat to national security from former members of the National Guard. 31. To go back further in U.S. history, the Cherokee removal, a death march forced on Indians by the U.S. government, was far more cruel and without justification other than greed for land. 32. Backing away from the abyss. The period from 1979 to 1984 saw a worsening of relations and an increase in violence and military encounters. However, in the second half of 1984, several developments signaled a major shift in relations between the government and the people of the Atlantic coast. During the opening of the UN session in September 1984, through the good offices of Senator Edward Kennedy, exiled Misurezeta leader Brooklyn Rivera was invited to go back to Nicaragua, travel throughout the coast region, and hold conversations with the government. He did so in October, and, by December, a formal negotiation apparatus was set up. The first negotiation session convened in Bogotá, Colombia, in December. After his stay in Nicaragua, Rivera went to Honduras to contact the many Indians who had left Nicaragua and discuss the possibilities for a negotiated end to the hostilities. On arrival in Tegucigalpa, in the presence of numerous witnesses, he was detained, interrogated, and finally expelled from the country without being permitted to visit the Honduran Mezquita. It was widely believed that he was expelled with U.S. approval since Rivera's efforts could have threatened the U.S. policy of maintaining armed hostility on the Nicaraguan border. During the course of the negotiation sessions held in December 1984 and January, April, and May 1985, several steps were agreed to that relieved the tension on the coast. Most important was an agreement in April 1985 in Mexico City to not initiate offensive actions. Negotiations broke down in May 1985 amid mutual recriminations. The Sandinista government announced in May 1985 that it would permit those who were moved in 1982 to return to their villages on the Rio Coco. At the same time, it also announced that a ceasefire agreement had been signed with a group of Indian guerrillas connected to Mizora, Stedman Fagatha CIA-supported organization. These fighters, led by Comandante Eduardo Pantin, were actively seeking a non-military solution to coastal problems. Finally, a Government Autonomy Commission, created in December 1984, issued the first draft of a proposed autonomy statute in June 1985.33. The government was doing its best to channel resources to the area to help people return to their communities. It supplied transportation for people from Tasbo Pri to carry their houses, piece by piece, for reassembly on the Rio Coco. 34 It promised food for the new returnees for 1 year. And it continued to hold dialogue with Indian guerrillas. The agreements did not require them to disarm, simply to not fight so that the discussion of autonomy could proceed peacefully. 35. During this time, the U.S. contribution consisted of financing the Contra effort through a $27 million humanitarian aid plan. A new Indian guerrilla group, Nicaraguan Coast Indian Unity, formed in September 1985, joined UNO, the umbrella Contra group supported by the United States, and asked for and received some of the aid money. In spite of the humanitarian designation, some of the funds they received went for the purchase of weapons. 36 Quezon also excluded Brooklyn Rivera and Mijorazeta from its founding meeting, suggesting further how inconvenient it was for the United States to include any group or individual who had shown interest in negotiation with the Nicaraguan government. The United States claimed that its support for anti-Sandinista forces in the Atlantic Coast region was meant to help achieve Indian self-determination by the overthrow of the Sandinistas. But, aside from the few direct military engagements with the Sandinista army, most of the U.S. financed action was aimed at destroying the economic infrastructure and impeding people from resuming their normal lives. In October 1985, a unit of Quezon guerrillas destroyed a suspension bridge over a deep gorge at Sasin. This action severed the only route taken by people returning to their villages on the Rio Coco. In March and April 1986, people from a series of villages on the Rio Coco fled to Honduras. The Quezon spokesperson in Honduras, Roger Herman, said that this crossing was the result of Sandinista attacks on Mosquito villages. According to this reasoning, the return to the river, the discussion of autonomy, and the support of returning communities with building materials, tools, and seed were all a ruse to renew a military assault on them. Yet, if that had been its goal, the government could have achieved it more easily in Tasbo Pri itself. A 1986 State Department pamphlet about the Atlantic coast repeated the Quezon version. 37 Not mentioned in the State Department pamphlet was the fact that Quezon fighters began infiltrating the communities from Honduras as soon as people arrived from Tasbo Pri. This tactic was well known to the government but not acted upon since other armed Quezon fighters were engaged in active dialogue with the government. The government hoped to engage the infiltrated Quezon fighters in talks and swell the ranks of the Quezon Pro-Dialogue group. The tension among the Quezon por la Paz, the FDN, and the Reagan administration was well expressed in a recent interview with Juan Salgado, a leader of Quezon por la Paz. "We are not the solace of the FDN's feet," he said. CIA pressure converted our fight into a struggle over dollars. We were not fighting for the mosquitoes, but for Ronald Reagan. Our people demand peace through talks and not killing 38. Those Quezon fighters not engaged in dialogue were not harassed since government policy was to provide conditions to facilitate dialogue. The unspoken condition was that the Quezon fighters not initiate combat and that they maintain a low profile and not engage in provocative actions. The villagers who returned to the stretch of the Rio Coco between Bilvascarma and Cum entered the process of resettlement with enthusiasm. They planted bananas, beans, and rice and began reconstructing their houses. Many Mosquito communities expressed unwillingness to see fighting break out again. They told Quezon combatants that their presence would be permitted only if they did not fight. 39 Eventually, the continued presence of Quezon fighters in the river communities led to problems. The fighters could not simply resume the life of village agriculturalists indefinitely, since to do so would be to disobey their orders from the Contra-controlled Honduras-based Quezon leadership. In this zone there were about 3 Sandinista army posts, all outside of communities. Quezon told the local people that they would ultimately have to cross the river into Honduras because fighting would break out. At the same time it engaged in a series of provocations with the Sandinista army that elevated the level of tension. When combat actually started, it was between Quezon combatants and the army. But Quezon had prepared to capitalize on this and facilitate and aid a mass exodus across the river. That is exactly what happened. In late March a large number of villagers crossed the Rio Coco into Honduras. Although most villagers were frightened, few civilian casualties were reported. Some observers saw the exodus as a move designed to disorient local people and maintain a high level of distrust and suspicion toward the government. Those who saw the arriving villagers on the Honduran side noted the presence of Quezon and its effort to coach the new arrivals to say that they were victimized by bombs and attacked by the army. The America's Watch report stated that evidence was lacking of new Sandinista abuses that caused their flight. Rather, we and the journalists found that an Indian Contra organization, Quezon, had spread fear as part of a deliberate plan to evacuate the mosquitoes from Nicaragua to Honduras. 40. The Reagan administration was about to dispatch Vice President Bush to the scene and tried to orchestrate a massive press presence by preparing 2 helicopters to fly journalists there. However, in spite of these efforts, this movement of people did not receive the notoriety hoped for by the United States. In fact, a relief worker in the area called it the worst public relations job I've ever seen. 41. Furthermore, roughly half of those who left in March-April 1986 returned by August of the same year. 42. When I interviewed a group of repatriating mosquitoes in the holding camp in Leon, Nicaragua, in July 1986, they all said that they left their villages because of fear of the sounds of combat. Very few, though, actually saw any fighting. All said that they were taken across by Quezon. They were unhappy with the depressed conditions in Honduras and, when faced with the possibility of becoming permanent refugees, opted to return home as soon as possible. Their fear of continued turmoil was considerably less than the prospect of living in the Honduran limbo, subject to an uncertain food supply as well as to personal insecurity. For many mosquitoes, life in Honduras meant exposure to the competition for leadership of Indian fighters vying for U.S. support. Quezon in particular had forcibly recruited mosquitoes and taken reprisals against those who wished to remain neutral or those who supported the position of Brooklyn Rivera. 43. In the remote department of Gracias a Dios, where the Honduran Mosquitia is located, the Honduran Army, U.S. advisors, USAID, and various North American private voluntary organizations were operating. The only official agency charged with caring for refugees was the UN High Commission on Refugees. Its policy was to resettle refugees who crossed the border, providing they moved at least 50 kilometers from the border. This stipulation was designed to preserve the neutrality of this UN agency and to ensure the security of the refugees against cross-border conflicts. But the no man's land between the border and the UNCRA jurisdiction was of great strategic interest to the United States. It was the redoubt where Indian guerrillas, first of Mishra, Stedman Fagatha's group, and later of Quezon, withdrew after raiding northern Zelaya in Nicaragua. There, supplies, training, and command were given to local leaders from the CIA liaison who moved between Tegucigalpa and the zone, presumably in coordination with the American Embassy. USAID, which operated freely in this zone, built roads, a large landing strip, and a radio station. Also, a civilian aid organization called Friends of the Americas was located there. Set up in 1984 by Louisiana State Representative Louis Woody Jenkins and his wife, Diane Jenkins, it worked principally in the Mosquitia and further west, near the FDN main base camp, also inside Honduran territory. Friends of the Americas focused its mosquito operations in Rus Rus, the community that, for some time, served as the headquarters for Fagatha's Mishra. FOA supplied aid to Kisan fighters and their families, the people who crossed the border and did not go to the UN camps. Friends of the Americas raised its funds through public solicitations. 44 The rhetoric used in FOA's Shoeboxes for Liberty campaign expressed the hope that the small things in this box are useful in your struggle for liberty. 45. Its supplies were transported on military planes under the provisions of the Denton Amendment. Before that, the organization's shoeboxes and other supplies were carried to Honduras by Mississippi and Louisiana Air National Guard units. 46 Obviously, the choice of whom to help and especially where to concentrate their help qualified the Friends of the Americas more as friends of the Contras. Aid plays a key role in keeping Nicaraguan mosquitoes in Honduras and in supporting the work of Friends of the Americas. 47. Indicative of the coordination between FOA and the U.S. supported Indian Contras. The Friends Report of March 12, 1986, states, Mosquito Indian leaders report that an additional 3,500 mosquito refugees may attempt to cross the Coco River into Honduras in coming weeks. 48. Another group operating in that region was CAUSA USA, which worked primarily in what it called a war of ideology. Founded in 1980 as the political arm of Rev. Sun Myung Moon's Unification Church in the West, it shared interest in Central America with several other Unification Church fronts. These groups received public exposure through the Washington Times. Also owned by the Unification Church. 49 CAUSA USA produced a highly tendentious film entitled, Nicaragua Was Our Home, which purported to show Sandinista atrocities against the mosquitoes. It was aired as a documentary on the public broadcasting stations as part of a major CAUSA media campaign. 50 Therefore, though non-military support for U.S. policy against the Sandinistas appeared for a while to be in the hands of non-governmental groups, it obviously received approval from the government in much the same way as did military assistance to the Contras. The Atlantic coast of Nicaragua acquired enormous significance in Reagan's war against Nicaragua. By 1986 the major Contra front, further to the west, had failed militarily and had become known for numerous violations of human rights and the laws of war. 51 Therefore, by 1986 it appeared unlikely that, even with the additional $100 million voted by Congress that summer, the Contras in the West would be the route to the overthrow of the Sandinista government. A much more likely scenario seemed to be an attempt to bring about a military penetration of the Atlantic coast region, in order to capture a community such as Puerto Cabezas and declare a provisional government through which to pump additional resources and U.S. troops. 52 With the failure of the FDN-Contra, Kisan might be the favored force to accomplish this end. The administration's ideological supporters, such as the American Security Council, called publicly for a withdrawal of recognition of the Nicaraguan government and for the recognition of the Contra. 53. The enormous military buildup, accomplished through the constant maneuvers, left installations such as airfields and roads close to the border. The cooperation among the U.S. military, USAID, and private groups such as Friends of the Americas to keep mosquitoes near the border in opposition to the UNCRA guidelines was maintaining the conflict there. Ideologically, the activities of CAUSA USA reinforced anti-Nicaragua feeling in the United States. The justification for all this was the alleged concern for mosquito self-determination and protection of the indigenous population against the depredations of the Sandinistas. Conclusion. Against the backdrop of U.S. government treatment of its own Indian population, many would argue that Reagan administration support for Atlantic coast people was for strategic rather than humanitarian ends. Since the use of the mosquito example was not in the service of genuine liberation or real indigenous autonomy, the victory of Reagan's policy was not likely to benefit the mosquitoes or the other peoples of the Atlantic coast. On the contrary, by maintaining the tensions in the region, the United States was actually frustrating efforts to solve the real problems. It was unlikely indeed that any Contra government that might replace the Sandinistas would grant autonomy in any greater measure than that agreed to by the Sandinistas in the 1987 Constitution. 54 The best that could be hoped for would be the old benign indifference until the region once again assumed economic importance. The one-sided and distorted account of human rights in Nicaragua was more propaganda than fact. In effect, the Reagan administration human rights criticism of Nicaragua as an instrument of warfare, said America's Watch, which regarded the Reagan human rights policy toward Nicaragua as worse than a failure. It is a degradation of the human rights cause to make human rights criticism an instrument of military policy. 55. With respect to the problem of the mosquitoes, this is compounded by the administration's unabashed use of half-truths and of outright lies. 56. Two serious negative outcomes might result from this pattern of blatant government distortions. First, it might reinforce the already prevalent view that human rights concern is merely one tool in an ideological war. 57 That would further desensitize the U.S. public to the great significance of human rights as a legitimate foreign policy consideration. More important, however, was the erosion of U.S. public confidence in its national leadership. With the 1986 revelations about deliberate government disinformation toward Libya 58 and unfolding evidence of presidential disregard for the will of Congress and the American people in the wake of the Iran-Contra scandal, the many deliberate untruths repeatedly told in order to demonize Nicaragua would haunt our body politic for a long time to come. Honesty, or its absence, in foreign affairs has an immediate reflection at home. 6. The manipulation of the religion issue. Betsy Cohn and Patricia Hinds. From the moment the Reagan administration came to office in 1981, it devoted considerable attention and energy to the accentuation of religious tension and the denunciation of alleged religious persecution in Nicaragua. In this effort, it found strong allies in Nicaragua's predominantly conservative Catholic hierarchy and growing fundamentalist Protestant movement, as well as among various conservative religious groups in the United States. The Vatican, too, cooperated with Washington in this anti-Sandinista crusade. To understand how an ultra-conservative administration in Washington was able to use religion and the religious issue as a weapon against Nicaragua, we must first examine the history of religion in that country before and after the Sandinista Front of National Liberation victory in 1979. The history of religion in Nicaragua. The Catholic Church. With the exception of the Indian and English-speaking Creole minorities on the Atlantic coast, most Nicaraguans traditionally identified themselves as Roman Catholic. The Catholic Church permeated their culture and committed them to observing certain traditional rites. Its role nevertheless was limited. François Huttart, a Belgian priest who directed the first sociological study of the Church in Latin America in the 1950s, noted in Nicaraguan Catholicism, few of its expressions are institutional. This is easily explained by the scant presence of the ecclesiastical institutions among the majority of the population. There have been few priests, so the social pressure of the Church has been presented far more in the political apparatus of society than in the popular pastoral field, at least for the last century. Discussing the attitudes of Nicaraguans toward the clergy, Huttart noted, overall, they may be very critical of the church authorities and of their political activities without rejecting thereby the necessity for certain institutional religious roles, but at the same time without granting them too much importance. Nicaraguan Catholicism is characterized by a profound religiosity and by its largely non-institutional nature too. A group of Nicaraguan priests and religious, meeting in 1969, described a conservative, divided hierarchy distant from the people and lacking initiative. Diocesan priests were few and poorly trained. They held antiquated ideas, did not engage in dialogue with the people, and were primarily concerned with their own economic well-being. Because of their small numbers and orientation, most parish priests limited their ministry to celebrating the Eucharist and administering the sacraments. Their work rarely touched most Nicaraguans who, though notably committed to popular religiosity, were little concerned with formal religious practice, including church marriage and attendance at Mass. 3. In many senses, the nature of Catholic religious institutions and religiosity in Nicaragua in the 1960s was not unlike the situation elsewhere in Latin America. Throughout their 4.5 centuries of activity in Latin America, the Catholic clergy had tended generally to identify with the privileged classes. Accordingly, they had normally advised the region's suffering majority to accept their lot in life in return for the promise of reward in heaven. By the mid-20th century, however, voices for change were being heard within Latin American Catholicism. In the early 1960s, the Vatican itself, under the progressive leadership of Pope John XXIII, called for basic structural changes that would uplift the temporal lot of the world's poor. These ideas, in turn, were reflected and amplified in the published conclusions of the Second General Conference of Latin American Bishops of Medellin, Colombia, in 1968.4. That document gave support to a current of thought emerging in the Latin American Church, which became known as liberation theology. This perspective emphasizes the social reality of a people in their relationship to God and clearly recognizes institutional and structural, as well as personal, sin. It calls for the Church to make a preferential option for the poor in their struggle for liberation from both structural and personal evil. Medellin also endorsed Christian-based communities, which were formed throughout Latin America by small groups of Christians whose subsequent reflections on their lives and the gospel often led to community action. By the 1970s, Medellin had started to have an impact even on Nicaragua. Priests and religious at the lower levels began training delegates of the Word, members of the Christian communities, to lead them in worship when a priest was not available. These delegates and clergy organized CEBs, and the latter in turn promoted the formation of various grassroots organizations that made demands on behalf of Nicaragua's common citizenry. Predictably, the Somoza dictatorship and its U.S. trained National Guard employed violence against this process of popular mobilization. CEBs were attacked, and in some cases, delegates were killed. Radicalized by this experience, many Catholics joined or began cooperating with the FSLN. By the time of the revolutionary victory, the Catholic grassroots and revolutionary movement had merged into one powerful expression of popular will. Given this history, it is not surprising that many in Nicaragua felt that the new revolutionary system should reflect a Nicaraguan and strongly nationalistic blend of Christian and Marxist principles. Between Christianity and revolution there is no contradiction, was the popular refrain. Accordingly, the new government guaranteed freedom of religion, promoted religious festivals, put "In God We Trust" on newly minted coins on the flip side of the image of Sandino, subsidized parochial education, appointed several priests to cabinet posts, invited the Pope to make an official visit to their country, explicitly and repeatedly rejected adherence to the old Marxist dictum that religion is the opiate of the people, and, in the preamble to the 1987 Constitution, included laudatory mention of Christians who, from their faith in God, have committed themselves to the struggle for the liberation of the oppressed. Nevertheless, though the vast majority of Nicaraguan Catholics and a large number of lower-level clergy welcomed the revolution, not all the clergy, especially in the hierarchy, were pleased. By 1983, a survey showed that of 220 priests who responded, 46% supported the revolutionary process begun in 1978, whereas the others opposed it in varying degrees. Opposition was highest among the Nicaraguan priests, whose training and institutional ties were with the Nicaraguan bishops. 5 The strongest support, conversely, came from foreign clergy and religious, many of whom originally came to Central America to fight communism but subsequently had been made socially and politically aware by their work with the poor. Nicaragua's bishops had been ambivalent about Somoza, even after the abuses connected with the handling of aid to the 1972 earthquake victims. They spoke out occasionally against Somoza abuses and in January 1977 even questioned the legitimacy of the regime. Yet, in July of that same year, they offered a solemn Te Deum and Mass for Somoza after his heart attack. During Somoza's final days in power, Archbishop Miguel Obando y Bravo worked to retain the National Guard and avoid a revolutionary outcome. Obando was one of the Nicaraguan moderates who went to Caracas in July 1979 to try to negotiate the status quo solution then being advocated for Nicaragua by the United States. It is true that in June 1979, when the collapse of the regime was clearly inevitable, the bishops withdrew all remaining support in a statement affirming the right of the people, as a last resort, to take up arms against tyranny. And 4 months after the victory, in November 1979, they issued a joint letter tentatively recognizing the legitimacy of the new government and saying that its social programs were in keeping with the Christian faith. But it was not long before the bishops as a body led by Archbishop Obando began to distance themselves from the revolution. They were worried that both the revolution and the grassroots movement within the church might threaten their hierarchical influence and control their magisterium. Point 6. For several years the bishops repeatedly ordered the priests to resign. The latter, however, insisted on dialogue with the hierarchy and the Vatican. In 1981 an agreement was reached whereby the priests would remain in government on the understanding that they would not publicly or privately exercise their priestly functions. As this chapter was being written, the dialogue was still going on. Meanwhile, the hierarchy worked to undermine what it derisively labeled the popular church by pressuring religious orders to withdraw many foreign priests friendly to the revolution and by reassigning native pro-government clergy to positions in which they could have little impact. In addition, after the Contra War heated up from late 1981 on, Obando, often speaking in the name of the bishops, repeatedly criticized alleged Sandinista human rights abuses while studiously ignoring the well-documented and much more deplorable behavior of the Contras. Later, as the escalated fighting forced the government to impose a wartime military draft, the bishops, or at least Obando speaking in their name, issued a pastoral letter decrying the new measures and counseled conscientious objection. By the mid-1980s, Obando had even succeeded in pressuring many Nicaraguan priests into refusing to say funeral masses for dead soldiers. Although Obando frequently spoke in the name of Nicaragua's bishops, some of the latter made it clear on occasion that they did not completely share his ideas. Bishop Ruben Lopez Arden of Estili, for example, stated in November 1985 that all peoples have the right to free self-determination. As a sovereign and independent country, Nicaragua has this right, and everyone must respect the Nicaraguan people's right to self-determination. 7. Even earlier, in 1984, an American Capuchin in Bluefields, Bishop Paul Schmitz, said that in my view any direct aggression would be a disaster for the Nicaraguan people. As a priest, as a Capuchin, as a Christian, I cannot be in favor of U.S. intervention. 8. About the same time, in a discussion of President Reagan's policies, Bishop Carlos Santi of Matagalpa said, "I am really not in agreement with any government which intervenes in the affairs of another government." 9. Nevertheless, these voices of episcopal dissent were the exception. The protestations of Obando and other vehemently anti-Sandinista bishops were much louder and much more frequent. Therefore, though at first reluctant to confront the powerful church hierarchy, the Sandinistas eventually took measures to control what they saw as increasingly confrontational behavior on the part of certain clergy. One of the first such acts was the termination in mid-1981 of the airing of Obando's increasingly political Sunday masses on Sandinista TV. This move was made after the Archbishop refused to budge on an SSTV request that the masses be rotated among priests and bishops with various viewpoints. 10 Later, in 1984, the government arrested and tried a priest whom government security forces had videotaped in the act of planning violent subversive activities. Then, when anti-government priests participated in an illegal protest march in support of the arrested cleric, offending foreign clergy were expelled from the country. In 1985, anti-Sandinista Radio Católica was closed after repeatedly disobeying government directives. And in 1986, Monsignor Bismarck Carballo and Bishop Pablo Antonio Vega were expelled from Nicaragua after engaging in openly seditious behavior at home and cooperating in the United States in the Reagan administration's effort to secure congressional approval of funds for the Contras. The Protestants. Diversity and disagreement were also evident among Nicaragua's Protestant minority. Before the overthrow of Somoza, Protestants/evangelicals, terms used interchangeably in Nicaragua, constituted only a small segment of the population. The major concentrations of Protestants were the Moravians among the Mosquito and other Indians and the Anglicans among the English-speaking Creoles. Pentecostal and fundamentalist churches from the United States had been present in Nicaragua since 1910, when the Protestant churches divided Latin America for purposes of evangelization. Because of their tradition and their U.S. leadership, these churches identified with U.S. values and often were sympathetic to U.S. foreign policy interests from the time they entered Nicaragua. The identification with U.S. interests, which in practice involved support of the Somoza regime, became less solid, however, as these churches developed their own national leadership. This process accelerated after the 1972 earthquake with the creation of an umbrella aid agency that nearly all the Protestant churches joined, the Evangelical Committee for Aid and Development. As did other Nicaraguans, saw the rapaciousness with which Somoza and his colleagues diverted funds intended for earthquake relief, and many young evangelicals were awakened politically and socially and came to play an active role in the overthrow of the dictator. New factors came into play once Somoza was thrown out. Alarmed by Washington's failure to prevent the Sandinistas from reaping the fruits of their victory and disturbed by the growing popular movements in El Salvador and Guatemala, conservative forces in the United States quickly flooded all Central America, including Nicaragua, with fundamentalist preachers. Heavily subsidized and using effective revivalist techniques, they quickly won many adherents among peasants who were nominally Catholic but who actually had little relationship to the church. In consequence, although many evangelicals left the country shortly after July 1979, the total number of Protestants in Nicaragua increased dramatically from 78,400 in 1979 to 376,851 in 1982. The growth continued, and the number of Protestants rose from 3% of the population in 1979 to at least 15% by 1985.11. Although CPAD and many mainline Protestants in Nicaragua remained critically supportive of the revolutionary process, the new conservative fundamentalists were not. Many of their preachers had little formal training. They tended to promote an otherworldly approach to religion and to discourage their members from participating in the social campaigns promoted by the revolutionary government, including the literacy and health campaigns and the volunteer harvest brigades. Many of them also resisted the compulsory military service declared in 1983. The attitudes of these newly arrived Pentecostal groups were shared by some of the older Protestant communities for reasons explained by Assembly of God pastor Miguel Angel Casco. The theological formation of the sects and some Protestant denominations form part of a pro-American ideological plan. In the majority of the biblical education centers, control of education was in the hands of North American missionaries, which meant that the nationals were recipients of a theology with a heavy North American ideological emphasis, and this was fortified with anti-communist, anti-Marxist material 12. As a result, the Protestant churches were divided in their attitude toward the revolution, much like the Catholic Church. Nicaragua's largest Protestant denomination is the Moravian Church, to which most Mosquito Indians belong. Because of admitted abuses by the government in its treatment of the Mosquito Indians in 1981 to 1982, the Moravian Church was in an excellent position to assess the accuracy of charges of religious persecution. Moravian church leaders were outspoken in their criticism of government mistakes and abuses toward the Mosquitos but were equally vocal in denouncing U.S. intervention and support for the Contras. They also insisted that the Mosquito problems with the government were not problems of religion. Reverend Fernando Colomer, superintendent of the Nicaraguan Moravian Church, while visiting the United States in October 1983, expressed dismay over the wave of propaganda, documents of disinformation, speeches, and a real campaign leading up to an invasion in my country sometime soon. On the issue of religious freedom, he said, "We Christians are not forbidden to congregate for the worship of God. The Catholic, Evangelical, and Protestant churches in Nicaragua have full freedom to meet in their churches for worship and to carry out church activities." 13. The treatment of other Protestant groups also belied the alarmist picture of religious persecution so prevalent in the United States. The Nicaraguan Episcopal Church, for instance, ordained its first native bishop, Sturdy Downs, in 1985. In May of the following year, As Washington invective over alleged religious persecution in Nicaragua became ever more strident and imaginative, Downes stated unequivocally, "There is no religious persecution." Describing tension between the conservative Catholic hierarchy and the Sandinista state as a struggle over power, he said, "If I am a religious leader and I say so about the government, and the government gets up and says so about me, I think what we are doing is playing politics. I can't say they are persecuting me." 14. Religion as a weapon, historical precedents. Before discussing Reagan administration involvement in and manipulation of the religious issue in Nicaragua, it is essential to examine earlier patterns of the U.S. use of religion as a political tool in foreign policy. And since the Vatican came to play an important role in the post-1979 religious debate in Nicaragua, one that frequently bolstered the anti-Sandinista cause, it is also important to consider the history of U.S. Vatican cooperation in international affairs. At the end of World War II, Soviet armies had come to occupy Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and Romania. Yugoslavia had opted for socialism and had not yet broken with Stalin. Italy's communists, the backbone of resistance to Mussolini and Hitler, threatened to sweep Italy into the socialist camp. But Vatican backing of the Christian Democrats, with massive U.S. overt and covert aid, helped ensure Christian democratic victory and dominance in Italian politics since that time. Meanwhile, as Washington supported Vatican objectives in Italy, the Vatican accepted the growing role of the United States in Latin America, especially since the rising authoritarian and dictatorial regimes were consistently portrayed as bulwarks against godless communism. Cardinal Francis Spellman, Archbishop of New York at that time and simultaneously head of Catholic chaplains in the U.S. Armed Forces, maintained an informal but effective liaison between Washington and Rome on Latin American issues. He had close personal ties with such dictators as Fulgencio Batista in Cuba, Rafael Trujillo in the Dominican Republic, Alfredo Stroessner in Paraguay, and the Somozas in Nicaragua. He is credited with having influenced Archbishop Mariano Rosal Arellano of Guatemala to issue a pastoral letter in 1954 calling on Guatemalans to rise up against the enemy of God and country. The letter was a major CIA weapon in its successful plot to overthrow the democratically elected government of Jacobo Arbenz. 15. Elected Pope in 1958, John XXIII startled the world by making overtures to the Soviet Union and encouraging Latin American bishops to promote social change. Washington was not pleased. A 1962 CIA report warned that the United States could no longer automatically assume that the Vatican was an ally, and CIA Director John McCone went to Rome to register President Kennedy's displeasure with this leftward drift. 16. Simultaneously, the CIA stepped up its programs designed to infiltrate church personnel throughout Latin America. 17 Many Catholic and Protestant missionaries from the United States became regular sources of information in the areas in which they worked, often unaware that they were being used by the U.S. officials with whom they associated. In addition, according to Penny Lerneau, a journalist who has written extensively on the Church in Latin America, the CIA used religious groups in Latin America for its own secret ends. At the same time, it contributed to the persecution and division of Latin America's Catholic Church by supporting right-wing Catholic groups, and financed and trained police agencies responsible for the imprisonment, torture, and murder of priests, nuns, and bishops, some of them U.S. citizens. 18.